C2302. C2302. He really is a human from the outside. The two gatekeeping elders were still hesitating. They held the transparent pearl and circled it around Qinxiang, and even moved it closer to Qinxiang's forehead. My two grandfathers, do you think that the evil spirit race will have bone-level Dan? This guy has it, and his bone-level Dan is different from the ones I have seen before. Although Long Pei Jean looked carefree on the outside, she was extremely meticulous right now. She didn't say that Qinxiang was the pill G. Oh, D. She definitely had her own reasons for doing so. Take it out and take a look. Evil Spirit Race did not know how to refine pills, because Evil Spirit Race's cultivation method was different from theirs, so he did not need the assistance of divine pellets. Greetings, seniors. This is for you. Please take care of me in the future. After all, I still don't know when I'll be able to leave this Ned place. Qinxiang took out 2 Shangping bone-level danes and handed them over to the 2 old dragons. One of the elderly men took the bone-level dan and stroked its beard, exclaiming, "This is a Shangping bone-level dan, and the quality is very high as well. High quality, very rare. The Dragon Emperor himself refined high quality. They were all given to the best quality." Long Pei Jean never thought that Qinxiang would actually gift her 2 pellets of Shangping bone-level dan. This was extremely precious to her. Even low-rank bone-level dan was an extravagant hope for her. She had never eaten one before. Seniors, you two truly have good eyesight. You can tell with a single glance. Qinxiang laughed. Please accept this. Qinxiang, Lung Yulan, and Long Huishan, as well as the Azure Dragon, were all unsettled people. He guessed that the Dragon Emperor must have been forced to do the same, so he could only obediently refine the pills, otherwise the Dragon Clan would not be able to develop. It's really for us. One of the elders was already secretly excited. Of course, I mean it. Qinxiang laughed. However, this matter cannot be spread out for the time being, otherwise too many people would ask me for it. I only have a few pills right now. The 2 seniors will be guarding the city gate. The mission is extremely difficult. My strength is definitely very strong. In the future, please give me some convenience or something. Qinxiang was not just talking about flattery. He could already tell that these 2 dragons were thunder dragons with 100 G. Oh, DS level and 5 bones. This kind of dragon was definitely stronger than the other dragons. Otherwise, they would not have used it to guard the gate. As long as you are a true human, we welcome you. Don't worry. Our words are quite useful within the clan. An old man laughed and kept the bone-level dan. It's not like that from the outside. I've long heard that there are many outstanding alchemists outside the barrier, and the divine pills that are refined are all of good quality. Evil Spirit Race didn't even know how to refine pellets, let alone take out 2 pellets of high-quality Shangping bone-level dan. Therefore, these 2 old dragons already believed Qinxiang's words. Just like this, Qinxiang easily bribed the 2 old dragons guarding the gate, and Long Pei Jean entered the city. For example, the things that Long Pei Jean went out to hunt were distributed to everyone here. They all noticed Qinxiang and asked him who he was one after another, but Long Pei Jean did not say a single word. Previously, she had said that she was not very popular here, so she was too lazy to bother with him as long as he could pass the 2 old dragons guarding the door. As far as she was concerned, she did not need to explain any further. Fifth Master, can you give me a few days of vacation for the 2 things I killed this time? Long Pei Jean said. All right. You can rest for a month. Come back and report to me in a month. Then he looked towards Qinxiang. Who is this young lad? Why have I never seen him before? Of course not. He was a human who accidentally entered the spirit formation. I brought him back. Long Pei Jean replied. She had talked so much with the old man, it could be seen that her relations, HI+P with him was not bad. So it's like that. I'm sure he's not Evil Spirit Race. Fifth Elder had just asked, and knew that he had asked too many questions. If he was not sure, Qinxiang would not be able to come in, because there were many dragons on the road who saw Long Peijin bringing in an unfamiliar man. They were very curious, so they asked Long Peijin, and Long Peijin did not reply. Thus, they all ran to the door to ask the two old dragons who were guarding the door. Qinxiang felt that there was a high possibility that the Azure Dragon's mausoleum was in the city, so he did not plan to barge in. Right now, he could only stay here for a few days to see if there were any other ways to smoothly enter the mausoleum. Long Peijin brought a genuine person back, and this matter quickly spread across the entire dragon clan. There were constructed stone houses within the city, and there were also many mountains and rivers, and Long Peijin was in the middle of a field far away from the stone houses, which was a cave. At this time, outside Long Peijin's cave, there were a lot of dragons watching. They all wanted to meet this so-called human, and most of the dragons had never seen this kind of person before. Actually, they were more curious about what the outside world looked like. Little Flame, don't hide the treasure. Quickly let him come out and meet with everyone. This was the voice of a woman. It was charming and full of power. That's right, that's right. Quickly, tell him to come out and tell us what happened outside. Little Flame, we have never offended you before, right? How could those people who have enmity with you dare to come out with a thick face? They're all not here. Qinxiang, who was inside the cave, laughed. Seems like I'm really popular, huh? It's only a little bit of warmth. Once they satisfy their curiosity, you might get a little bit of advice from them. Long Peijin said. Afterward, she walked to the entrance of the cave and shouted, "You bunch of bored bee. ASTARDS. If you have the time, why are you slacking off here? Humans are just like that, and there's nothing to be surprised about. Get out of my way. Don't disturb my rest." Very quickly, everyone had left, and they knew Long Peijin's personality. Usually, they would not care about Long Peijin, but now that they were suddenly so attentive, it was not strange for Long Peijin to be like this. "Peijin, what mistake did your father commit to receive such severe punishment?" Qinxiang asked. He knew that Long Peijin did not avoid matters like this, so he boldly asked. C-2303. C-2303. Kill your own kind. There is a rule in the clan that no matter how much conflict there is, we cannot kill him. My father is the only dragon here that violated the clan's rules. Long Peijin was busy pouring out various types of fruit juice from two gourds and was concocting something. Although it was not done, the fragrance was already wafting everywhere. That's why I was thought to have inherited my father's bloodline since I was young. I was worried that I would make the same mistake, so no one dared to come close to me, and the stronger ones were not afraid of me. They even intentionally angered me. Long Peijin handed a bowl of fruit juice over. Qinxiang took a sip and laughed. Not bad. I didn't think a strong, burly fire dragon girl like you would actually know how to make this fruit juice. I like the taste. There's more here. Long Peijin poured another cup for Qinxiang, and she felt that she was pretty good. Qinxiang downed the cup in one gulp, and just as he picked up the other, he heard someone shouting from outside. Long Peijin, hurry up and bring that human out. My father wants to see him. This voice was very unfriendly and carried a very arrogant tone. Scram! Long Peijin roared. The sound of her roars was accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, showing how angry she was. Qinxiang had also received a huge shock, and just now he had clearly felt Long Peijin's killing intent. Previously, Long Peijin said that they were not allowed to kill one another in the clan, but she had such a strong killing intent. Little girl, don't not know what's good for you. No matter what, I am still considered to be an elder. If you are to be rude to your elders, you will be punished. It was an aged voice with a hint of coldness and threat. Scram! Long Peijin shouted again. Long Peijin, I am, after all, the holy grandson of the dragon race, and my father is an elder of the dragon race. Long Peijin no longer paid attention to them. He only took out a large piece of meat and cut it into small pieces, preparing to roast it for Qinxiang to eat. Very quickly, the father and son left the room. Qin Xiang asked, "Pei Jin, why do you hate this guy so much? Do you want me to help you take care of him?" "No need. This father and son pair are extremely hypocritical. Only I know how evil and malicious they are. My mother would never have committed suicide back then, but they slandered her, saying that she was also involved in the massacre of her own kind. Also, that Long Ingi plotted against me in the past. Fortunately, I knew that they were all villains since I was young. Thus I paid great attention to my own strength. Otherwise, I would have been tainted by that bastard." Qin Xiang frowned. "This is too bad. This is irreconcilable hatred. Perhaps the matter of your father killing your own clan members is related to that elder." "I don't know, and I don't have any evidence either. Anyway, there are some guys in the family who are uneasy and kind." Long Pei Jin said, "If Dragon Emperor wants to see you, I can relax and let you go. For all these years, it was the elderly Dragon Emperor who secretly helped me. Now that Dragon Emperor is in closed-door cultivation. If he comes out, he will definitely meet you." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "Pei Jin, why didn't you tell everyone about the father and son duo? Haven't you told Dragon Emperor? No one would believe it, even if it was spread out. The father and son duo here have a very good image. They have won the respect and trust of many people. I also told Dragon Emperor before, but every time Dragon Emperor heard me say this, they would always avoid me." After Qin Xiang heard this, he said, "It's obvious that Dragon Emperor knows what kind of people they are, but he did not attack them. Was it because they are very strong, or did they have any weakness within the Dragon Emperor-s? Previously, the Everlasting Mountain was controlled by the Danji dynasty. I toot because of him. I'm not sure. If he wanted to understand, he would have to capture the father and son duo and interrogate them fiercely before he could find out. However, this required strength. Long Ingi is one of the sacred sons, and he isn't weak either. But Long Jinrong is an elder with 100 DS level and 7 to 8 bones S. I am no match for him." Long Pei Jin actually had the thought of capturing this pair of father and son. "If they are truly that bad, I can actually help you. I can even figure out what other wicked things they have done. I have the ability to search other people's memories." Qin Xiang laughed. "We can't stay here for the time being, right? Why don't you take me out for a walk? We'll go out tomorrow morning. We'll rest today." Long Pei Jin pointed to a stone room. "You can rest here tonight. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll go rest first." After the sky turned dark, Qin Xiang did not rest. Instead, he laid on his bed, quietly released a wisp of his divine soul, and floated in the air as he observed the entire city. There were no stars in the sky, and Qin Xiang did not know where the moon had come from either. He felt that the moonlight was different from the one he was familiar with. There weren't any enchantment formations or anything like that in the city, so Qin Xiang's divine soul could be used as he wished. Right now, he was looking for the location of the Azure Dragon Tomb, and at the same time wanted to see where the father and son duo, Long Ingi and Long Ingi, were. Very quickly, Qin Xiang found Long Ingi. As he walked along the road alone, his clothes were a little messy, and his face was even full of intoxication. Long Ingi was living in a big house in the stone hut area. Right after he returned, Long Jinrong anxiously jumped out and said sternly, "You went out again to enjoy life. Why are you still not being obedient?" "Father, am I not in a bad mood?" "That SLUT Long Pei Jin actually dares to treat us in such a manner. If she falls into my hands, I will definitely make her suffer a fate worse than death." Long Ingi said with a face full of viciousness, "Sooner or later, she will be yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk inside," Long Jinrong said in a serious tone. Qin Xiang thought this father and son pair were really the same as what Long Pei Jin had said. They were both BASTRDS that were very bad, and they were even plotting something right now. "Father, as long as I gain the qualifications to enter the mausoleum, I will definitely be able to find what we want." Long Ingi sneered. At that time, even the Dragon Emperor would have to kneel before us. I've already contacted the evil spirit race. That way, you will be able to use the treasure that I have refined to bring the evil spirit race to the grave. Long Jinrong said, during this period of time, you must definitely cultivate properly. Don't make any mistakes at critical moments. Right now, I am the #1 saint son in the family. Who can be my opponent? Long Yingyi said with complete confidence. I know, but this is very important. Once we succeed, we will be able to rule this planet. The entire dragon race will have to listen to us. Long Jinrong said sternly, you must stay here obediently for this period of time. If you make a mistake, I won't forgive you. All right, I'll go rest now. After Long Yingyi finished, he went back to his room. After that, he ran to Long Peijin's stone room in the middle of the night. These stone rooms had no doors, so he directly entered them. Long Peijin was extremely vigilant. Upon sensing someone entering, he immediately jumped up from the bed and shouted angrily, What are you trying to do? Peijin, don't misunderstand. I have something important to tell you. Chunxiang said softly, It is very important. If I am to do anything to you, do you think you can stop me? C. 2304. C. 2304. What's important? Speak. Long Peijin snorted. She did not completely trust Chunxiang either, so she was careful when she rested. Long Yingyi and his father have secretly allied with the evil spirit race. They are currently scheming to help the evil spirit race enter the Azure Dragon's mausoleum. Chunxiang said, How is that possible? Although they are despicable, they wouldn't collude with outsiders, right? Long Peijin was a little surprised and said, What's more, it's not easy to enter the mausoleum, even if it's the Dragon Emperor themselves. It's very difficult to enter. Is that so? I heard them say that as long as you get any qualifications, you can enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. Also, who does Long Yingyi think he is? He is very confident in himself. Chunxiang asked, Does your dragon clan have such a matter? Hearing Chunxiang's question, Long Peijin was greatly shocked and hurriedly said, There is indeed such a thing, and every once in a while the Azure Dragon Tomb will be opened for a while. Only dragons with the right to enter are allowed, and there is only one spot at a time. Now do you believe me? I only found out when I eavesdropped on them. What kind of consequences would there be if the evil spirit race were allowed to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb? Chunxiang asked, Right now, the evil spirit race is about the same as us. Once they enter the mausoleum and devour the Azure Dragon's body, their strength will increase greatly. At that time, we will not be a match for the evil spirit race. Long Peijin frowned. This is troublesome. How do I qualify? At that time, wouldn't it be fine if we obstruct him and prevent him from obtaining the qualifications to enter? Chunxiang laughed. This is not difficult, or you should go and tell the other elders. Reveal the plot of the father and son duo. No, the father and the son are very prestigious in the family. The other elders will not believe me. Long Peijin said, And because I am a girl, I cannot partake. 1. P8 in the qualification test. Otherwise, I will definitely stop him. What qualification test is it? Can I partake? 1 P8? Chunxiang laughed. I actually want to go to the Azure Dragon Tomb to take a look. You. Long Peijin looked at Chunxiang, his eyes lighting up. Maybe, but whether you can partake. 1 P8 in it or not will have to depend on Great Clan Elder. Our Dragon Emperor is currently in closed-door cultivation. At that time, he might not be able to come out. Furthermore, he is not normally responsible for such things. He is usually handed over to the Great Clan Elder. If you want to partake, 1 P8, you just need to take care of Great Elder. Although Great Elder is usually rather strict, he is still quite good to us juniors in private. Chunxiang understood what Long Peijin meant. It was to let him use the bone-level Dan to let the Great Clan Elder take control of the situation. Speaking of which, I'm a human. If I successfully obtain the right to enter, would you dragons feel indignant? Chunxiang laughed. The dragon race lacked a lot of divine pellets, and Chunxiang just so happened to have a lot. He felt that he would be able to take care of that great clan elder. However, he was a little worried. If he obtained the right to enter, then the Long family would make a ruckus and not allow him to enter. Then, all his efforts would be in vain. In the end, whether or not we can enter depends on the Azure Dragon's consciousness. Although the Azure Dragon is already dead, he still left behind a bit of consciousness. When that time comes, as long as we can step through the door of the mausoleum, our dragon clan will not say anything. Long Peijin said, "You have to know that quite a few dragons said the qualification examination and obtained first place, yet in the end, they were unable to enter that door. Once every 100 years, however, there aren't many who are truly qualified. All right, tomorrow, bring me to see your great elder." Chunxiang nodded. He did not know if he would be able to step through the door in the end. If he succeeded, it would be the easiest way for him to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. At dawn, Long Peijin cooked some food for Chunxiang. She wasn't very familiar with humans, but she had to eat something every day in order to feel comfortable. So she believed that humans also needed to eat something in the morning. It was true that ordinary people had to eat it, but with Chunxiang's cultivation, eating a pill was enough. Of course, he was only addicted to eating and trying out the taste. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the great elder. Don't talk too much on the way and ignore them," Long Peijin said. Chunxiang followed Long Peijin out of the cave, arriving at the bustling group of stone houses. This is a human. It's not anything special, but it seems to be a lot more spirited than the one that evil spirit race is impersonating. Their faces are pretty good too. Those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S from the evil spirit race are really too ugly to look at. Why did so many idiots believe them back then? "Little fire girl, did you torture him all night last night? Otherwise, why is he not saying anything now? He probably got very tired from all the work." The man laughed out loud. In the eyes of these dragons, being able to spend the night with Long Peijin in the same cave was very capable. Although Long Peijin did not belong to any group, there were many male dragons that wanted to conquer her. Chunxiang only felt that he was speechless. He dared to say whatever they wanted to say, and now he understood why Long Peijin did not want to bother with them. Long Peijin brought Chunxiang to the exterior door of a large stone house. She knocked on the door and shouted, "Great clan elder, are you free right now?" A white-haired old man with a serious expression opened the stone door. His eyes filled with sternness. "Peijin, is this the human you picked up?" The great clan elder looked at Chunxiang, then took out a transparent pearl and waved it in front of Chunxiang. Seeing that there was nothing strange with the pearl, he nodded his head. "It is not evil spirit race." On the way here, there were quite a few dragons holding these pearls walking around him in order to see if he was truly evil spirit race. "Come in and speak." Although the great clan elder looked to be fierce, he was easy to talk to. He invited Chunxiang and Long Peijin into the house. After entering, Long Peijin went straight to the point and said, "Great clan elder, his name is Chunxiang," and he himself did not know the reason to enter the enchantment, so he did not have anywhere to go. "I was worried that he might be captured by the evil spirit race, so I brought him back." The great elder nodded. "It is indeed very dangerous outside. Bringing him in is also not bad. It will allow us to understand the world outside the spirit formation. Little guy, can you tell me something?" "Of course you can. What kind of things do you want to hear?" Chunxiang asked. "Listen to about divine dragon race. Divine dragon race is one of the 4 divine races S and also the strongest race of the D race." The great elder was a little excited. He was the one sent by the divine dragon race to guard the Azure Dragon Tomb, and so many years had said in the blink of an eye. Divine Dragon Race is still alright. Their clan wasn't exterminated, but they are still hiding now. They have been hiding for a long time, so I do not know much about the situation in Divine Dragon Race recently. Qin Xiang sighed. The Divine Dragon Race was actually planning to hide, which made the great clan elder and Long Pei Jin extremely suspicious of Qin Xiang's words. C. 2305. C. 2305. Qin Xiang saw their expressions and said, I only know that the strong warriors in the Divine Dragon Race were mostly infected by black dragon flower poison, and that it was all done by those heavenly star great leaders in the Star Law Divine Realm. What the H-E-L is going on? How could such a thing happen in Star Law Divine Realm? Could it be that the humans are too jealous of our Divine Dragon Race, so they exterminated us all? The Great Elder said angrily, Of course not. Your Divine Dragon Race is considered good. The entire undead divine race has been wiped out, and only a few scattered undead remain. Qin Xiang then explained everything he knew about this matter. After hearing it, the Great Elder lamented. The human heart is not the same. The Star Law Divine Realm has actually turned out like this. Back then, our Azure Dragon ancestor clearly knew that his lifespan was coming to an end. Didn't he also make the decision? Qin Xiang replied, Divine Dragon Race should be able to regain his vigor soon. At that time, Star Law Divine Realm will definitely fight. If the Divine Dragon Race and the other 2G, D tribes join forces, they should be able to obtain decent strength. Great Elder, Qin Xiang also wants to partake. 1. P. 8 in the qualification examination, and he also wants to see the Azure Dragon's mausoleum. Long Pei Jin said, This was the reason they had come to find the great clan elder today. This, I'm afraid, is a bit inappropriate. After all, he's a human. The Great Elder shook his head. Great clan elder, Qin Xiang being able to come here will be of great help to our dragon clan. Long Pei Jin continued, I am only giving him the right to partake. 1. P. 8 in the qualification examination. In the end, whether or not he can enter the Azure Dragon tomb will be decided by his Azure Dragon consciousness. Qin Xiang immediately took out 2 high-grade bone level danes and smiled. Great clan elder, I heard from Pei Jin that you guys are lacking this kind of divine pills. Please do not be polite. When the great clan elder saw the 2 divine pellets, his old eyes went wide with shock as he exclaimed, Type in bone level Dan! Truly, this is only a little bit of kindness from this junior. Great Elder, there's no need to be so polite. Qin Xiang giggled as he said the Type in Dan over. To be honest, I have another reason for partake. 1. P. Aiding in the qualification examination, and that is to see how much stronger I am compared to the geniuses of your dragon clan. Long Pei Jin had previously hinted at Qin Xiang to use a few bone level Dan to bribe the great clan elder. At that time, she had thought that Qin Xiang only knew how to use Shangping bone level Dan. The great clan elder felt that Long Pei Jin's words were reasonable. It was just letting Qin Xiang partake. 1. P. 8 in the A assessment, and it was not certain if he would be able to enter in the end. If Qin Xiang could really enter the Azure Dragon tomb, then their entire clan would have nothing to say, since they had obtained the recognition of the Azure Dragon. Since this young lad is so enthusiastic, I'm too embarrassed. Said to refuse. Thank you very much. The great clan elder remembered that the last time he saw this bone level Dan with good quality, it was a long time ago. Furthermore, the majority of the pills that Dragon Emperor refined were rather bad. Even if he could get them, they would not be of much help to him. But the quality of these Type-in bone level Dan were different. Perhaps they could help him condense bones. In 12 days, you can come and find me. I'll take you to partake. 1. P. 8 in the qualification examination. The great elder said. After settling this matter, Qin Xiang and Long Pei Jin felt much more relaxed. They thought that it wouldn't work if they did, and had to think of another way then. Returning to Long Peijin's cave, Long Peijin said, "You actually know how to refine type Indan. It looks like your pill refining skills are much higher than Dragon Emperor's. You can see it from Great Clan Elder's expression. Do you want to eat bone level Dan to cultivate your bones now?" Qinxiang laughed. "Your foundation isn't bad, and it's relatively easy for you to start cultivating your bones. It's just that you have to endure quite a bit of pain. You might not have ever experienced this kind of pain before. Didn't you say you don't have many bone level Dan? You should keep it for yourself." Although Long Peijin wanted it, she thought that she should leave it for Qinxiang, since he would need to use the bone level Dan to please the elders of the dragon race. "I do not have many bone level Dan, but I have some divine medicine that I can refine at any time." Qinxiang took out a few middle-ranked bone level Dan and gave them to Long Peijin. Long Peijin now had 95 divine deity, so her body must be very strong as well. So when she was training her first bones, using shopping bone level Dan S was not possible. "Take it." Qinxiang stuffed it into Long Peijin's hands and then explained the main points of condensing bones to her. Long Peijin remembered this in her heart, because if she wanted to become stronger, cultivating bones was something she had always been hoping for. After she entered her stone room, Qinxiang went back to concoct pills. He had time now, and with the many bone level Dan S divine medicines in his possession, if he wanted to concoct more now, he would have to give out a large amount when he returned to Tsang, Cloud City. After a few hours, Qinxiang could hear the faint moans of pain, causing him to be secretly shocked. To actually be able to condense the number 1 bones after only eating 1 pellet, it's pretty amazing. Yue also heard it and smiled. It seems that with your help, she will be able to condense a lot of bones very quickly. If I can successfully refine the bone level fruit into a pill, maybe my bones will increase even more. When Qinxiang thought back to his experience of condensing the 8th bones, he felt extremely refreshed. Qinxiang continued to refine pills. He might need bone level Dan S here too. He felt that it would be easy to use them to bribe the divine dragons. He even wanted to kidnap a group of them. A day quickly passed, said. Qinxiang arrived at the entrance of Long Peijin's stone room and saw the splaws. Plussing sound of water coming from inside. He knew that Long Peijin was. Plussing his body. He knew that Long Peijin was almost violated by Long Yingyi in the past, so he tactfully ran off. Long Peijin was extremely sensitive in this aspect. Qinxiang was fiddling with the jars in the living room. There was some fruit wine inside, and he had made some to drink. Not long later, Long Peijin came out from the stone room. She had condensed her bones and was in a very good mood, so she looked much prettier. Even Long Peijin was addressed as the little flame girl. He knew that she had a very hot personality. Qinxiang didn't feel anything from her, but seeing the gentle side of Long Peijin when he was carefully making the fruit wine, he felt that she was very pleasing to the eyes. How do you feel? Do you think that you've become more powerful? Qinxiang laughed. The process of condensing bones is indeed very painful, but it's nothing to me. Long Peijin brought a jug of fruit wine over and poured Qinxiang a full cup. Just as Qinxiang wanted to shout, a dragon's roar resounded like thunder, shaking the entire cave. Long Peijin's face changed greatly. It's the evil spirit race's invasion. I'm going out to fight now. You stay here. Qinxiang immediately felt that it was strange. Didn't the father and son pair, Long Yingyi and Long Jinrong, want to help the evil spirit race sneak into the Azure Dragon Tomb? C-2306. C-2306. Qinxiang didn't want to stay here, so he said, I'll go with you. I also want to see evil spirit race. He found out from Wu Ji that the evil spirit race was a rather simple person, but he had never personally told him about it. The people he had seen before were only starry sky blood deviless that he had created. Long Peijin only felt that Qinxiang was a guest and should not have gone out to fight and kill with her. However, since Qinxiang had requested for it, she did not reject. Qinxiang followed Long Peijin. holding the bottle of fruit wine in his hands. He drank from it as he walked. Grand Elder, what happened? Long Pei Jin met the great clan elder on the way, and this great clan elder actually ran towards them. Qinxiang, don't go out. The evil spirit race came for you, and when they found out that a real human had come in, they came to capture you. The great elder said, with how well-informed the evil spirit race was, it must have been revealed by Long Yingyi and Long Jinrong. Both Long Pei Jin and Qinxiang could immediately guess who had leaked the news. They did not expect that this pair of father and son had such close ties with the evil spirit race. When they came, they said they were here to capture me. For what reason? Qinxiang asked. He felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. They said that when you arrived at this planet, you picked up their important treasures. As long as they saw you, they would demand you back. Thus, they wanted you to leave. The great elder replied, it doesn't matter if this matter is real or not. You must not go out to prevent them from plotting something. Qinxiang nodded and said to Long Pei Jin, Pei Jin, be careful. I will return to your cave and wait for you. Don't worry about me. The great elder is here. Long Pei Jin said as he and the great clan elder ran towards the main door. When Qinxiang was speaking just now, he purposely spoke very loudly just for the guy hiding at the side to overhear. When he returned to the cave, Qinxiang felt that something was amiss. Who are you? Qinxiang looked around and said indifferently. At this time, there was no one around. Long Pei Jin, great clan elder, and all the experts ran out of the city. Qinxiang knew immediately after thinking that it was Long Jinrong who had asked the evil spirit race to cooperate and then attacked him in the chaos. What he did not understand was why this father and son pair wanted to capture him. Shwa, shwa, shwa. A few black figures suddenly appeared. They were all people wearing black. It's not a dragon. Qinxiang was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, the dragon race had an evil spirit mixed in. Without a word, these black costume evil spirits charged towards Qinxiang from 4 different directions. You want to deal with me with such little strength? Qinxiang sneered in his heart. He teleported to the back of one of the black costume evil spirits and took out a chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. He quickly covered thee and burned it into ashes. When the 3 black costume evil spirits saw it, they were secretly shocked. However, they did not think that Qinxiang was strong. Their eyes were filled with greed as they stared at the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace in Qinxiang's hands. Stop right there. Qinxiang groaned, and suddenly a few water dragons appeared on the ground, trapping the 3 black costume evil spirits. Qinxiang teleported over, and in the blink of an eye, he sent 2 of the black costume evil spirits back into the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace to train them to death. These guys are so weak. Qinxiang looked around, but didn't leave any traces, and then entered the cave. Is it that father and son pair? Yue asked. Not bad. They indeed brought quite a few evil spirit races. I wonder where they got this treasure, which allowed the evil spirit race to stay inside without being discovered, like my dark jade ring. Qinxiang said, the 4 guys just now came here because of their jobs. Why did they want you? Yue asked. Long Jinrong knows that I have bone level Dan. Looks like their spies are everywhere here. I wonder how they found out. It is because Long Pei Jin and I have a very good relations. H-I plus P that they knew that the bone level Dan in my hands would never be given to them, and that's why they used this tactic. Qinxiang said, this is what I gathered from the evil spirit's memories. Long Jinrong's position in the evil spirit race is very high, equivalent to the person in charge of the second power. He joined the evil spirit race very early on, and even learned the evil spirit race's method. If he had the chance to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb, the consequences would be unimaginable. I really didn't expect this father and son pair to be so terrifying. They also have quite a good reputation here. Yue said, "They actually want to play with me. This is good as well, I'll play with them. No one is afraid of me." Chunxiang sneered. The evil spirit race S were easily discovered, and Long Jinrong had only released 4 of them to capture Chunxiang. They had greatly underestimated Chunxiang's strength, so when the 4 evil spirits tried to capture Chunxiang, they were all killed by Chunxiang. Chunxiang waited in the cave for 4 hours, but Long Peijin also returned. She looked exhausted, but she looked very excited. He had often seen this kind of situation happen to Leng Yulan before. "They're fighting." Chunxiang laughed. They don't want to fight, but since they've all come to our door, we'll definitely beat them up." Long Peijin said, then took out the fruit wine and began to drink. Chunxiang took out 4 red pearls and laughed. "Peijin, do you know what this is?" After Long Peijin saw it, he immediately swallowed the fruit wine in his mouth and said, "Evil spirit blood bead. How did you get it?" "This is the equivalent of an evil spirit's bones. It's very precious. It's filled with pure energy." "Oh, this is equivalent to a bones. Seems like the evil spirit with this kind of thing is pretty strong." Chunxiang did not expect that, but those evil spirits were not strong enough and died under his chuangs. Hi plus G. Oh, D furnace's protection. Of course, evil spirits are different from us. Evil spirits need to cultivate to the peak in order to condense this kind of blood bead, which is equivalent to us cultivating 100 G. Oh, DS level S to cultivate bones, so they all possess the strength of 100 G. Oh, DS level. Where exactly did you get this? Long Peijin asked. She had only seen these evil spirit blood beads a few times, although she had killed many evil spirits, but she had never encountered such blood beads. If she ever met one, she would most likely be killed too. On the way back, I was surrounded by 4 evil spirits. Chunxiang told Long Peijin what happened, and then told him what he found in the evil spirit's memories that he told him as well. "Chunxiang, you are so powerful. I always thought humans were very weak." Long Peijin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In her eyes, those 4 evil spirits were very strong, yet Chunxiang had easily killed them. He even complained that the evil spirits were too weak. C. 2307. C. 2307. Chunxiang played with the 4 blood beads of evil spirits in his hands. He thought that he could not use the dragon blood beads previously, but he did not expect that the dragon clan would place such high importance on this kind of blood bead. How do dragons usually use these blood beads of evil spirits? Chunxiang asked. Although evil spirits are called evil spirits, their powers are extremely pure. For example, this kind of evil spirit blood bead will help us raise our divine deity cultivation greatly, because it contains pure blood energy. Long Peijin said, "Do you want to try?" Chunxiang handed one over. "There's no need. I've cultivated up to the 95 divine deity, and my physical body is already very strong. If I continue to eat, my requirements towards bone level Dan will also be extremely high." Long Peijin said. After Chunxiang ate 1 pellet, the evil spirit blood bead immediately melted into his body, and like a gust of cool wind, it flew all over his body, quickly fusing with his flesh and bones. What a mystical evil spirit blood bead. I even thought that I was going to refine it for a while. Chunxiang exclaimed, and then ate the remaining 3 pellets. This is the equivalent of you fusing 4 bones. Long Peijin said, "You did not sense any changes in your body." "There is. I never thought that the speed of fusion would be so fast. If there was even a little more, it might have been able to help me condense the bones." Chunxiang laughed. He was just casually saying that because he was going to condense the 9th bones. It would be the last and very difficult. Long Peijin said, "As long as we can destroy Long Jinrong and the others' plans this time, when Dragon Emperor comes out, I will tell him about this matter." As long as they could get it, they would be able to disrupt Long Jinrong and the others' plans. even if Chun Xiang couldn't enter the Azure Dragon Tomb in the end, as long as they could get a placing, the Long Jinrong father and son's plans would still fail. Originally, Chun Xiang only hated this father and son duo, but before this, they actually sent an evil spirit to capture him. This made him have a murderous heart, because he hated people who treated him like this the most. Long Pei-jin did not know the exact details, but she knew that the qualification test was held outside of the Azure Dragon Tomb. She still had the bone-level Dan that Chun Xiang had given her, and she hated Long Jinrong and his son to the extreme. Although the dragon race forbade killing each other, she did not care as long as she had enough strength to kill Long Jinrong and his son. She would definitely make a move. Very quickly, 10 days or so had passed, and the great clan elder had also arrived at Long Pei-jin's cave. In these days, Long Pei-jin had cultivated another set of bones, and now that she possessed the second bones, she often went out to hunt special G. Oh, D beastess. Grand Elder, you're really early. Qin Xiang laughed. Can you really make it so that I can successfully take the qualification examination? Don't worry, I'll take your type-in bone-level Dan. I promise to let you go smoothly. The great clan elder's serious face revealed a smile, as he could tell that the bone-level Dan had given him a lot of rewards. Qin Xiang thought that it was weird. The dragon cultivation bones was way too fast. In these 10 days, Long Pei-jin had been able to cultivate till 2, and this great clan elder in front of him seemed to have just trained up one. If not, he would not be smiling with a serious face. Long Pei-jin was the same as well. Although she did not laugh, one could see that she was in a very good mood. She accompanied Qin Xiang to the examination hall with the great clan elder. The direction he was heading in right now was in the middle of the city. Qin Xiang was already familiar with the environment inside, but he still did not know where the Azure Dragon's tomb was. In the middle was a relatively dilapidated house that Chun Xiang had previously used his divine soul to look at. He never expected that the Azure Dragon Graveyard would actually be nearby. Long Pei-jin had said before the examination location was outside the Azure Dragon Tomb, and this dilapidated house was the examination location. This meant that the Azure Dragon Tomb was nearby. The courtyard was rather large, and there was a small lake inside the courtyard as well. In the middle of the lake, there was a small stone house with a blue brick structure that looked very fine. Grand Elder, why did you bring them here? This is a qualification test. Women and outsiders are not allowed to partake. 1. P8. The one who spoke was Long Yingyi, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Qin Xiang and Long Pei-jin. As an elder, Long Jinrong was also present. He said, Great Elder, if you ask them to come watch the show, I have no objections, if you allow them to partake. 1. P8. I will oppose it. The great clan elder personally called Qin Xiang and Long Pei-jin over. With one glance, one could tell that this was not a simple invitation, and was most likely to let them partake. 1. P8. The great clan elder said coldly, Our dragon clan does not have any rules saying that outsiders are not allowed to partake. 1. P8. Pei-jin is just here to watch the show and the one partake. 1. P8ing is this young brother. His arrival let us know what is happening outside, and he has the protection of the evil spirit race, weakening the evil spirit race's power. Qin Xiang had never obtained the protection of the evil spirit race, and that was only because Long Jinrong had purposely asked the evil spirit race to give him trouble. He did not expect that it would actually become the reason behind the great clan elder allowing Qin Xiang to partake. 1. P8 in the qualification examination. Great Elder, I will not allow him to attend. Long Jinrong felt that Qin Xiang was not simple. If not, he would not have quietly died after sending out his 4 evil spirit experts. Long Jinrong, don't you think that's too kind? Within the Dragon Clan, I have never asked you about any of your responsibilities, but I am responsible for the A assessment. If you want to change my decision, you can only kill me or else. No matter what, I will let him partake. 1. P8 today. The great elder's tone was firm and firm. His originally serious face now looked even more frightening. The great elder had quite a bit of prestige here. At this moment, several elders stood up for him. After all, his strength was there. No matter how unwilling Long Jinrong was at this moment, there was no other way. The only thing he could do was to allow Chun Xiang to partake. 1P 8 in the qualification examination. Adding Qin Xiang, there were a total of 10 dragons and 1 human. Those 10 dragons were all holy sons, and their strengths were all strong. Long Pei Jin had told Qin Xiang in detail about their strengths before. All right, the exam is about to begin. I'll explain the rules to you all first. When the time comes, you will need to jump into the Azure Dragon Lake. The great elder pointed at the lake in front of them. Don't just look at this. This is a small lake. After you guys jump in, you will enter a secret realm, which was established by the Azure Dragon. After 3 days, you will be automatically sent to the surface. And the test you guys will face to enter is to find the most dragon scale debris, which is a fragment refined by the Azure Dragon using its own dragon scales. 3 days later, whoever has more dragon scales will get first place. It sounded simple, but if they were to enter the secret realm together, there would definitely be a conflict. C-2308. C-2308 Qin Xiang looked at Long Yingyi and felt a thick killing intent from him when he made contact with his gaze. The great elder shouted again. Also, you must not kill anyone inside. You can injure them. If you kill them all, not only will you be disqualified, you will also be executed by the clan rules. You must remember this. The great clan elder looked at Qin Xiang and said solemnly, Qin Xiang, when the time comes, don't kill them, or else we will kill you too. Of course, they can't kill you either. If they do, I will make them pay with their lives. Qin Xiang nodded. Great elder, I will remember. Very well. However, if you enter, you will most likely not be able to find much dragon scales because you are not a dragon. Very well, but if you enter, you will likely not be able to find much dragon scales because you are not a dragon. The great elder said. After hearing what the great clan elder said, Long Jinrong also secretly felt more at ease. He knew that the great clan elder was right. If they were to search for dragon scales, their dragon race would definitely be faster than humans. Then start to enter the Azure Dragon secret realm right now. There are many trials waiting for you there. Dragon scales are not easy to obtain. Even if you can sense them, it would require many difficulties to obtain them. The great elder said. After that, Qin Xiang and the other 10 sacred sons all jumped into the Azure Dragon Lake one after another. Just as he touched the lake water, a white light shone out from Qin Xiang's eyes, and then he discovered that he had fallen into a quagmire and was covered in dirt. Since the dragon scale seems like it's a little difficult to qualify, this kind of rule seems to require a bit of luck. Even if I'm not here, Long Yingyi might not get the only placing. Qin Xiang got up from the quagmire, released a water attribute divine power, and floated above his head. He washed the quagmire on his body quickly, and then released some hot air to dry his body. Are you able to sense the dragon scale? Else, you'll be coming here for nothing. Yue replied, In short, I can't sense it. Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and said, I have come into contact with many of the Azure Dragon's descendants. Right now, I can only check to see if there's any reaction from the Azure Dragon part of the heavenly magic sword. The heavenly magic sword was also refined from the body of an Azure Dragon, but it was the descendant of an Azure Dragon, so its strength was not as strong as the Star Law Divine Realm. There's a reaction. Qin Xiang raised the heavenly magic sword and turned in a circle. When he turned in a direction, the heavenly magic sword suddenly trembled. As long as there is any reaction, I will have the chance. Qin Xiang kept his heavenly magic sword and instantly teleported in the direction of the sword finger. Inside the Azure Dragon's secret realm, the sky was a vast expanse of white. There was no sunlight, and the temperature was very balanced. From time to time, there would be a breeze blowing. Qin Xiang thought that there was no night inside. The green dragon's secret area sure is huge. Chun Xiang teleported for a moment, and he could feel that if he was outside, he would have long since left the dragon city. Chun Xiang arrived at a small mountain and saw a cave in the distance. He then took out the heavenly magic sword and discovered that it would only tremble when he pointed at the cave. Could it be inside? Chun Xiang was extremely cautious. He released a strand of divine soul and entered the cave to investigate. But the moment his divine soul touched the cave entrance, the restrictions immediately dissipated. There's a formation and a formation. When Chun Xiang arrived at the cave entrance, he used the Dao Heart Eye to look inside. But other than the multicolored light emitted by different types of spirit chi, there was nothing else. The heavenly magic sword would only tremble when they pointed at the cave, so they would only know if they entered the cave. Seems like I can only find out if I enter personally. Chun Xiang used teleportation and successfully said through the barrier around the cave entrance. After entering, he released another wisp of divine soul, allowing the divine soul to float to the end of the cave. Very quickly he saw a table there. On it laid a fingernail-sized piece of cyan armor. Dragon-scale debris. Chun Xiang said in surprise, and then walked over. However, he did not expect that when he had just reached the table and grabbed the dragon-scale debris, he heard a kacha sound, as if he had triggered some kind of mechanism. There's trouble. Chun Xiang frowned and immediately teleported out of the cave. When he ran out of the cave, Chun Xiang did not see the small mountain again. But what made his scalp go numb was that the small mountain had turned into a huge toad. I was in the innermost area just now, Chun Xiang thought, and his body could not help but tremble. This guy is coming over. Yu Er hurriedly shouted. Chun Xiang had also seen how the giant black-colored toad jumped over 3,000 meters with a single leap, directly jumping over. You're too ugly, I don't want to fight you. Chun Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and the giant toad that was jumping over released a few waves of sword chi. Then it concealed its presence and quickly teleported away. Who exactly placed these dragon-scale debris? They are so deceitful. I have to be careful next time. Chun Xiang thought about how he had once entered the mouth of a disgusting giant toad, and his heart felt very uncomfortable. Not long after Chun Xiang entered, he received a piece of dragon-scale debris, and while holding the heavenly magic sword, he spun in a circle, and when he felt the heavenly magic sword tremble, he immediately stopped and teleported in that direction. It's a forest. The trees are very dense, so there shouldn't be anything disgusting like before. Chun Xiang entered the forest and would occasionally take out the heavenly magic sword to confirm their discovery. Not long after, he arrived under a huge tree. This tree was 10 times bigger than the surrounding trees, and the heavenly magic sword was referring to this tree. Chun Xiang walked around the big tree once and didn't find anything abnormal. He used the Dao Heart Eye to look around, but he couldn't find anything. He also thought it was strange. Why couldn't he see the giant toad with the Dao Heart Eye just now? In order to ensure that he would not get into the monster's mouth, he stabbed the tree a few times with the heavenly magic sword, but did not react. The tree sap that flowed out was filled with life force. Brother E, you said that one blood bead of the evil spirit could be exchanged for one of the dragon-scale debris, right? I'll take you to the dragon-scale debris I sense now. As long as I take it out, you will immediately give it to me. Suddenly, Chun Xiang heard a voice. He immediately went into hiding. And the other sacred son are here. Listening to what the sacred son said, they should be making a deal. The reason why Long Ingi used the evil spirit blood bead to exchange for the dragon-scale debris was to ensure that he could enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. As long as he could enter the Azure Dragon Tomb, their plan would succeed. That's right. Hurry up and take out the dragon-scale debris you sensed. I'll give you the evil spirit blood bead. Long Ingi said, only if you are lucky enough to meet me will you be able to exchange for the evil spirit blood bead. You should know very well, with your strength it is very difficult for you to obtain that position. Why not use the dragon-scale debris to exchange with me? See 2309. See, 2309 Qinxiang never thought that Long Yingyi would actually use such a method to obtain more dragon scales. That sacred sun flew above the tree. There was a tree hole on it. He very bravely ran inside. So it's inside the tree hole. Just as Qinxiang wanted to go closer, he sensed an aura's fluctuation. He was greatly alarmed in his heart because this was the same as the giant toad he encountered just now. He only saw that sacred sun suddenly ran out, and at the moment he ran out, this tree actually turned into a huge black python. It has changed. Qinxiang exclaimed in his heart. He felt that it was extremely inconceivable. Just now he had stabbed at this tree a few times, and he was very sure that it was a tree, but now it had turned into a gigantic black python in the blink of an eye. The black python swept its tail and broke all the trees around it. It even breathed out a black mist. One look was enough to tell that it was highly toxic. "Brother E, save me!" That sacred sun was swept up by the poisonous python's long apricot bush and held tightly together. And the brother E he spoke of had long since run away without knowing what was going on. When the big tree's chi suddenly changed, Long Yingyi ran away with his fastest speed, and with a single glance could tell that he had made preparations. Qinxiang immediately teleported over. Just as the black python was about to retract its tongue, Qinxiang returned to the heavenly magic sword and cut off the snake apricot. Then he grabbed the sacred sun and continuously teleported away. Right now, Qinxiang's main goal was to find the dragon scale debris, so he was too lazy to bother with those huge beasts. He of course knew that Qinxiang was the one who saved him. He looked around, and then saw that they were in a field. He heaved a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. "Thank you, human." Although this sacred sun was already heavily poisoned, he didn't forget to be grateful to Qinxiang. "Eat it." Qinxiang took out a poison cleansing ji. Oh, deep pill. Although the black python's poison was highly toxic, it wasn't as terrifying as the black dragon flower poisons. Plus, this sacred sun was a dragon. With the help of the detoxification pill and his own power, he could force the poison out of his body. He didn't need the 3 lotus dans help to cure it. Very quickly, this sacred sun's face turned red. "I am truly grateful. That Long Yingyi is too despicable. He truly misjudged him." The reason this sacred sun agreed to exchange dragon scale debris with Long Yingyi was also because Long Yingyi had a good reputation back then, but now his image of Long Yingyi had crumbled in his heart. "It's nothing. Although I, Qinxiang, am a human, I have many beast-like friends, and I know a few dragons. In the outer sect world, I only have one dragon as my wife." Qinxiang laughed. "I am Long Lin. If Brother Shin does not mind, I also want to be your friend." Long Lin said with a grin. He looked like a simple and honest young lad. "Of course not." Qinxiang laughed. "From now on, we are friends." Long Lin had already determined that Qinxiang was his savior. Although they were human, they were so friendly. He had not expected them to be so. He was secretly grateful to the great clan elder in his heart. If not for the great clan elder allowing Qinxiang to enter, he might have been eaten by the snake long ago. Long Yingyi really isn't anything special. He usually acts so well, but in times of crisis, he actually has such a moral character. It seems like we were deceived by him. Long Lin said angrily, "I'll definitely tell the other dragons when we get out." "Long Lin, you should know about the matter with Pei Jin. She said that her mother was forced to death by Long Yingyi and her son, and that Long Yingyi had almost violated her." Qinxiang said, "If you had told me about it in the past, I definitely wouldn't have believed you and would even have fought against you. But now I believe you. No wonder Long Pei Jin hated this pair of father and son so much. It was also because this father and son pair had always been righteous and guiding us to distance ourselves from Long Pei Jin." Long Lin said, "I have to apologize to her when we leave." Qinxiang also did not expect that Long Pei Jin being rejected by the other dragons was actually related to Long Yingyi and the others. "Long Lin, did you get the dragon scale debris?" Qinxiang asked. Got it. The moment I picked it up, I could feel a very strong beast's killing intent. Then, the tree turned into a giant python. When Long Lin thought back to it, he felt a lingering fear. I was already by that tree. I even stabbed a few times at that tree, but there was no reaction. Qinxiang frowned. I had entered a small mountain before. I had gotten the dragon scale debris from inside, and that small mountain had turned into a very big toad. This could be a teleportation formation. Move that beast over here. That giant python is not made from a tree, nor is the toad made from a mountain. Long Lin was also slightly surprised. Brother Shin, I never thought that you would actually be able to sense dragon scale debris, and it's even faster than me. If you acted a little faster, maybe you would have already gotten 2 pieces. Long Lin, I hid myself when I heard your voice. I know you wanted to use the dragon scale debris and Long Yingyi to exchange for the evil spirit blood bead. Qinxiang said, Brother Shin, do you really need dragon scale debris? I'll send you off. Long Lin immediately took out the cyan dragon scale debris and pass, said it to Qinxiang. Aren't you worried that I, a human, would enter the chaos in the azure dragon tomb? Qinxiang laughed and did not accept it. What's there to worry about? Didn't the Grand Elder say it already? If you really can enter the azure dragon tomb, it will also be because of the azure dragon ancestor. Our dragon clan has quite a few outstanding dragons that have obtained the qualifications. But in the end, didn't we all not manage to enter? Long Lin laughed. Qinxiang took the dragon scale debris. He really wanted to enter the azure dragon's tomb to see if there was anything he could find. I won't take you for free. I'll give you this in exchange. Qinxiang Pa said over a Shangping bone level Dan. He had refined many of these things and was not lacking at all, but they were extremely precious to Long Lin. This is... The bone level Dan seems like it's still high grade. Long Lin shouted in shock. Brother Shin, this is too precious. I don't want it. My life was saved by you. Giving you the dragon scale debris should be done as well. Qinxiang immediately stuffed it inside his clothes and laughed. This isn't really too precious to me. I'll just treat it as a small gift for you. Don't forget that I'm a human from the outside. I have some with me. Thank you, Elder Brother Shin, Long Lin said with a grin, then carefully put away the high-grade bone level Dan. Big brother, there are a few brothers among the sacred sun that are better off with me. I'll see if I can contact them. I'll get them to give the dragon scale debris to you. Long Lin said. Better hurry. Maybe Long Yingyi already found them. Qinxiang said it was not bad for him to be able to obtain the dragon scale debris. He just needed to use the Shangping bone level Dan to exchange for it. 2 dragon horns suddenly appeared on Long Lin's head. His dragon horn shook, and after a while he said, Fortunately, they were not found by Long Yingyi. I have already told them about Long Yingyi's lack of help. They will be back soon. C. 2310. C. 2310 not long after. Qinxiang could feel a few auras approaching. Long Lin's face was filled with joy as he said, Big brother, my brothers are here. Qinxiang never thought that this simple and honest Long Lin would have such good connections. His brothers immediately came when they heard him, and they also seemed to believe his words. Not long after, a few tall figures suddenly appeared. They were 3 tall and STU. Are DY men, taller than Qinxiang by a head. Just their outer appearance alone was extremely terrifying. Brother Lin, the message you sent over was real. Long Yingyi did not care about your life and death. He just directly ran away. A large man came over and asked with a boorish voice like thunder. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. If not for this elder brother Shin who saved me in time, I would have been eaten by the strange beasts long ago. Long Yingyi is truly a B-A-S-T-A-R-D. He can totally save me just with his own strength alone. But he's worried that if he was targeted by the strange beasts, he would have ran away. Long Lin said angrily, and what this guy did to Long Pei-jin. Long Lin then told the brothers that Long Inyi wanted to violate Long Pei-jin. "Thank you, elder brother Shin, for saving my brother." Long Lin's brothers thanked Qin Xiang one after another. They were all like different animals, but with Long Lin's personality, he also had such a brother and friend. Long Lin asked, "Did you all get the dragon scale debris? Did you all encounter danger like me?" The three big men shook their heads and then recounted their experiences. Some of them had encountered arrays, and after breaking them, they had obtained dragon scale debris S, and some of them had even killed Special G OD Beast S. They were not ambushed by Special G OD Beast like what Qin Xiang and Long Lin had encountered. "Looks like we're unlucky." Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. "Oh, right, Long Inyi had contacted us before. He said that he was willing to use the evil spirit blood bead to exchange for the dragon scale debris. We wanted to promise him, but after hearing about your situation, we rejected." A large man said, "Good. Even if a person like him wins this exam, he won't get the approval of the Azure Dragon. At the end, he will not be able to enter the Azure Dragon tomb." Long Lin said, "I have already given my dragon scale debris to elder brother Shin, and he can also give yours too. He is my savior." Qin Xiang was startled. Long Lin was too direct with his words, and what made him surprised was that his three brothers all listened to him and actually took out their dragon scale debris S. Maybe this was a trust and love between them, and Long Lin's life was taken back by Qin Xiang. If not for Qin Xiang, they might not be able to see Long Lin again. After Qin Xiang received the dragon scale debris, he took out 3 high-grade bone level Dan and gave it to him, while smiling. "I do not want your dragon scale debris for nothing. This is a little gift for me. You guys should accept it as well. Take it." Long Lin's generosity also surprised him. At this moment, he understood that Qin Xiang did not lack these bone level Dan. The bone level Dan was much more precious than the evil spirit blood bead in Long Lin and the others' hearts, and it was a very good quality Shangpin bone level Dan at that. "Elder brother Shin, how about this? We will split up now. We will go look for more dragon scale debris and meet up at a rendezvous after that. That time we will give you the dragon scale debris, and then you can bind it with blood, and that will be yours. Only then will you be able to win against Long Inyi." Long Lin said, and his 3 brothers did not have a single one. "All right." Qin Xiang said, "Based on our calculations, we will meet here for the next 2 hours before the AS assessment ends." "No problem." Long Lin and the others nodded. Long Lin and the others rushed in 4 directions, while Qin Xiang also teleported in 1 direction. This green dragon's secret realm was still very big. As long as they ran a little further, they would not meet each other. At that time, Qin Xiang would not want their dragon scale debris for nothing. He would exchange with the Shangpin bone level Dan, and he was not lacking in Shangpin bone level Dan. After teleporting for less than an hour, Qin Xiang took out the heavenly magic sword and once again looked in the direction of the dragon scale debris. "I think that the giant toad and black python appeared because of you. You arrived at the tree before Long Lin, so the formation inside the tree had already sensed you, which resulted in the test of your strength." Yue replied, "Because when you entered, the great elder didn't say that there was such a dangerous situation." Qin Xiang frowned. "Could it be that the giant toad and the big black python appeared for my sake? That's reasonable. Then we can deal with the big black python by ourselves. But it will be troublesome if it is Long Lin. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. I wonder how many dragon scale debris in there. There should be quite a few. Who placed them here? Could it be that Azure Dragon isn't dead yet?" Qin Xiang was very suspicious. The various examinations in the Azure Dragon's secret realm required a very large consumption of energy to maintain them. He did not think that the dragon race could complete them. I don't know. In short, this kind of heavenly beast's power is very scary. Even though they have been dead for a long time, their power has still been preserved for a very long time. Yue replied, "You'll know once you enter the Azure Dragon tomb." Qin Xiang's heavenly magic sword had already found the direction, so he immediately teleported. Not long after, he arrived in a desert and teleported a few more times. Let me guess what kind of beast this boulder can turn into. Chun Xiang circled around the huge boulder, holding the heavenly magic sword. He was sure that there was a dragon scale debris inside. You err, what kind of special D beast do you think he is? Chun Xiang asked. I can't guess. If you want to obtain the dragon scale debris, then you must first destroy this huge boulder. If this huge boulder is shattered, the special D beast should not appear anymore, right? Yue replied, maybe you won't meet those special D beast again this time. It's hard to say. Based on the situation from the previous 2 times, I'm sure I would have encountered it. Even that big tree was stabbed by me a few times, but in the end, wasn't there still a big snake popping out? Chun Xiang waved his heavenly magic sword, chopping the giant boulder into many fist-sized pieces. The moment the huge rock was smashed into pieces, Chun Xiang immediately locked onto the dragon scale debris inside, and then used his spatial technique to retrieve it. Seems like I'm lucky this time. Chun Xiang laughed lightly, but he could not laugh immediately. The gigantic boulder suddenly flashed and turned into a gigantic blood-colored wasp. What the hell? Chun Xiang immediately teleported away from the giant bees. Just when he thought he could get away from the giant bees, he saw that the giant bee was right beside him. What's going on? Chun Xiang immediately teleported again, but when he teleported, he suddenly felt pain in his arm, making his heart ache. His body was very strong, and he also trained in heavenly spirit kung fu, so as long as his body could feel any threat, he would defend himself. But now he could clearly feel something piercing through his left arm. C-2311. C-2311 Chun Xiang was not only shocked by this, but also by the fact that the giant bees were unable to get rid of him. He himself had teleported a few times, but the fact that the giant bees could still follow him meant that the giant bees had the ability to teleport as well. I remember now, this is the SPAC ghost bee. It's extremely poisonous, are you okay? Yue exclaimed, hurry up and kill them all. These fellows are reproducing very quickly. Yue had just finished speaking when Chun Xiang saw the SPAC ghost bee, which had died because of stabbing him with a needle, suddenly explode. When it exploded, saw more than 10 blood-colored beads instantly, and after the beads shattered, more than 10 blood-colored bees came out. And it. Seeing this scene, Chun Xiang was surprised at the reproducing ability of the SPAC ghost bee. At the same time, he was using the heavenly transformation skill, Scorching Sun Heavenly Elephant, to turn his body into a blazing fire. Little thing, don't even think about growing up. Chun Xiang took out the chuangs, Hi+G, furnace, and allowed the chuangs, Hi+G, furnace, to grow bigger. He faced the dozens of SPAC ghost bees that were just born and smashed the bottom of the divine furnace with his palm, causing the chuangs, Hi+G, furnace, to spew out a terrifying, spring-like flame that enveloped the group of SPAC ghost bees that were about to attack him. What he did not expect was that the SPAC ghost bees would have the ability to manipulate SPAC as soon as they were born. They would teleport behind him and use their poisonous stinger to pierce him at an extremely fast speed. Chun Xiang turned his body and slashed with his sword. The heavenly magic sword turned into several, the sword images blotting out the sky and covering the group of flying ghost bees, slicing them into many blood-colored pieces. You still want to reproduce. Chun Xiang controlled the chuangs, Hi+G, furnace, to spew out flames, submerging the group of SPAC ghost bee pieces and turning them into ashes. More than 100 dead at once. There are thousands of them here. Yue said, quickly use your SPAC domain. As long as your SPAC domain is strong enough, they won't be able to use spatial force to avoid you. Qin Xiang immediately released his SPAC domain, enveloping all of the spatial ghost bees within himself. Then he absorbed the chuangs, HI plus G, D furnaces flames into his body, jumped into the air, and struck a fire cloud palm onto the ground. When Chen Xiang fused with the chuangs, HI plus G, D furnace, the strong flames released by the chuangs, HI plus G, D furnace could not harm him at all. When they entered his body, it was like his blood. The fire cloud palm transformed from chuangs, HI plus G, D furnace flame shot down, emitting a light that was even more intense than the scorching sun, as though even SPAC itself had collapsed from the heat. The fire cloud palm pressed down, and the SPAC ghost bees flew everywhere. The moment they touched the fire cloud palm, they instantly turned into smoke. When the huge fire palm touched the ground, all the ghost bees were killed, while the fire cloud palm burned the ground, leaving a bottomless, gigantic palm print. Are there many of these people in the outer sect? If you do not have any tricks up your sleeve, you will only die when you encounter such a group of people. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the black, bloodied hole on his arm, then released a ball of flame from the chuangs, HI plus G, D furnace, and poured it in, burning and refining all the poison in the wound. It's just a small wound. Chen Xiang shook his arm. He only felt a bit of pain now, and nothing serious had happened. Only you can deal with it easily. If it was the outer sect, Peak Divine Lord would be troubled, even if they met with such a large group. This spatial wasp is ranked at the top of the Star Law Divine Realm's beast ranking. It seems to be ranked 3rd, Yuetter said, but then, for some reason, it suddenly disappeared. It seems that all of it was taken by the Azure Dragon. The Green Dragon is also one of the guardian beasts of the Star Law Divine Realm, so it is not strange that he would do such a thing. Chun Xiang laughed bitterly. Looks like it's aimed at me. In order to test me, you actually took out such a terrifying thing. I feel that there must be a very powerful fellow hiding somewhere to watch this assessment, and he even made some changes at the last minute. Chun Xiang's suspicions were not without reason. It looked like someone was manipulating it. Do we continue? Yuer asked. What we encounter next should be more and more powerful. Of course we have to continue. I want to see what kind of powerful things there are. If you have the guts, release them all. I'll exterminate him in one breath. Chun Xiang was not afraid. At this time he had 6 dragon scale debris in total, which was more than the amount he had now. But there was still quite a bit of time before the end of the examination. So in order to ensure that there were no mistakes, the more the better, he used the heavenly magic sword to find a direction and immediately teleported. Inside the Azure Dragon's secret realm, he used spatial energy to teleport without any resistance, so his movement speed was very fast. Not long after, he got close to the dragon scale debris. It's Long Lin's brother. I think his name is Long Qing. Chen Xiang immediately recognized Long Lin's brother. That tall and STU DY figure, coupled with the beard on his face, was extremely recognizable. And Long Yingyi, what are they doing? Yu Er asked. He's fighting for the dragon scale debris, and the dragon scale debris is currently in Long Qing's hands. Chun Xiang lied in the GRA. And watched quietly. Long Qing held onto the dragon scale debris tightly, held onto his gigantic blade, and said angrily, Long Yingyi, you really are what Brother Lin said. Truly a despicable and shameless person. After being tricked by you for so many years, if you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, if I am to leave here alive, don't even think that you can live a good life. The arm that Long Qing used to lift the blade had been left with dazzling golden blood, which was the more powerful dragon blood. You don't need to worry about me. If I can enter the Azure Dragon Tomb, The things you said would be nothing to me." Long Ingi laughed sinisterly. The great clan elder only said that killing is not allowed, but he never said that serious injuries are not allowed. "The dragon scale debris in your hand is mine now." Long Ingi turned into a black shadow and flashed past. Chen Xiang also saw his movements clearly. Chen Xiang immediately used spatial teleportation and pulled Long Qing over to his side. "Brother Long Qing, are your injuries serious?" Chun Xiang looked at his huge arm. The top of his arm was already cracked, and there was even a piece of black and purple color. "There's poison on that Bastard sword," Long Qing said angrily. "He actually used such a sneaky move." Chun Xiang took out the detoxification divine pellet, turned it into powder, and sprinkled it onto Long Qing's arm. After that, he took out 2 detoxification divine pellets and gave it to Long Qing. "It's you, human. Long Lin didn't die because he saved you, right? Humph, you really do have some strength. It seems like that day." Long Ingi realized that he blurted out something and quickly shut his mouth. Long Qing was not an idiot either. From Long Ingi's words, he could already tell that Long Ingi had actually secretly attacked Chen Xiang before. Seeing that Long Qing's condition had stabilized, Chen Xiang walked towards Long Ingi and laughed. "Those 4 little trash were sent by you, right? You guys are underestimating me too much. I have to say, the 4 evil spirit blood beads that you sent to me are quite good. How should I thank you?" The 4 evil spirits that they had sent out were all good fighters, but they were actually treated as trash by Chen Xiang. What made him angry was that they actually gave Chen Xiang 4 drops of evil spirit blood beads. "See 2312. See 2312 Long," and he shouted angrily. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you can't be killed here. Don't forget that you can still fight." Long Ingi really wanted to kill Chen Xiang right now, but he knew that he must not do so. He believed that as long as he could enter the Azure Dragon Tomb and carry out their plans, they would ultimately obtain a strong power and control the dragon race and evil spirit race. "Elder Brother Shen, leave quickly. Long Ingi definitely has a lot of evil tricks up his sleeve." He had experienced it just now, that in order to obtain the dragon scale debris, Long Ingi was willing to use any means possible. "It's fine. I just don't feel good about not being able to kill this bug right now. He really is no different from a bug in my eyes. I can crush him to death with ease." Chen Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword S. As long as he controlled himself and did not kill the other party, he would be able to make his move appropriately. As long as he could cripple Long Ingi and make it impossible for Long Ingi to continue searching for the dragon scale debris, then the only place would be his. Humph, isn't it too arrogant to just use a broken sword? A small human with flesh like mud dares to clamor in front of a thunder dragon like me. Although you can kill those 4 people, they did it for the sake of capturing you. We also gave an order that we could not let them kill you. So if they did not use their full strength, you would have succeeded. Long Ingi swapped for a dark purple longsword. The dragon patterns engraved on it flickered with purple lightning. "Elder Brother Shin, this is the Azure Dragon Ancestor's purple dragon lightning sword. To be able to turn the sword Qi into the extremely terrifying purple dragon divine thunder, you have to be extra careful." Long Qing reminded him seriously. Chen Xiang nodded his head, then walked towards Long Ingi step by step. Long Ingi secretly held onto the purple thunder lightning sword. He never thought that Chen Xiang would actually walk over like this. He thought that Chen Xiang would suddenly attack him from afar, or perhaps attack him from afar. "I told you to be arrogant." Long Ingi aimed at Chen Xiang's shoulder and swung his sword. A furious dragon's roar followed by thunder could be heard. The divine sword in Long Ingi's hand released a burst of purple light. The terrifying lightning attribute, divine dragon energy, struck towards Chen Xiang's shoulder. In that instant, one could clearly see that it was an angry, purple dragon formed from lightning. It opened its huge mouth, as if it was going to bite Chen Xiang's shoulder to pieces. Ayo! Chen Xiang's shoulder was struck by the sword qi, causing an ear-splitting dragon's roar to echo in the sky. "Huh! You reckless fool!" Long Ingi laughed out loud, and when the purple light started to dissipate, his laughter suddenly stopped. His expression was filled with shock. Chen Xiang's shoulder had indeed been struck, and there was a charred black hole that was still smoking at the place where Chen Xiang's shoulder had landed. The clothes on his shoulders and arms had already been burnt to ashes, so it was possible to see that the charred black spot on Chen Xiang's shoulder was only the surface of his skin. Long Ingi's attacks were very accurate. If he hit his shoulder, it would break his entire arm. However, Chen Xiang's arm was still there, and that strike just now had not caused much damage to Chen Xiang. Just as Long Ingi was startled, Chen Xiang had already rushed in front of him with a stride, his sword slashed towards his shoulder, chopping off one of his arms. "You coward, if you want to break someone's arm, you have to do this, not hide at a distance." Chen Xiang laughed coldly. The arm that fell to the ground turned into a huge dragon claw, with a gold armor on it. This Long Ingi was wearing an extremely dy set of divine armor. Long Ingi's face turned green. He was furious and frightened. Just as he was about to run, Chen Xiang swung his sword towards his other shoulder and cut off his arm. "You just wanted to cripple all of my limbs and then smash my body into mud, right?" Chen Xiang saw Long Ingi's expression full of fear and despair. He swept his sword across Long Ingi's legs and cut them in half. My father will kill you." Long Ingi's anger reached its peak, and he could only say that out loud. "Is that so? Your plan has failed. How can your father kill me?" Chen Xiang chuckled, then heavily stomped his foot on Long Ingi's chest, breaking his breastbone. Even though it was a dragon's body in front of Chen Xiang, who possessed 16 bones, a weak Long Ingi was no different from tofu. Long Ingi, who was about to speak, spat out blood when he heard Chen Xiang's words. Long Qing, who was watching from the side, was completely stunned. He was the same as Long Peijin. He had never thought that the legendary weak and small human beings would actually have such terrifying strength. "I think your dad won't be able to sit still after leaving this time. He's going to activate his evil spirit army and start a war." Chen Xiang fiercely kicked Long Ingi's body, sending him flying far away. Long Ingi was speechless. He knew very well how terrifying Chen Xiang's strength was. If it were not for the fact that they could not kill him here, he would have been killed by Chen Xiang a long time ago. "Brother Longqing, are you feeling better?" Chen Xiang walked over and helped Longqing up. "It's much better. Elder Brother Shin is really powerful." Longqing exclaimed, "Even his father is not your match. Here, this dragon scale debris hasn't even taken up my blood. It can still be used." Chen Xiang received it, and then he took out a Shangpin bone Level Dan. However, Longqing refused to give it to him no matter what, and in the end, Chen Xiang forced it to him. After Chen Xiang crippled Long Ingi, he and Longqing headed towards the plain, waiting for Long Lin and the other 2 dragons. 3 days of time was more or less up to the point of Pa Sing. After Long Lin and the others returned, they were able to find one, and gave it all to Chen Xiang, while also understanding that it was Long Qing who said it. So Long Lin and the others naturally believed it. "What exactly did Long Ingi and his son send to deal with you?" Long Qing asked. This was what Long Ingi had said himself. It was definitely true. Evil spirit, and there's even the evil spirit blood bead. That day, when you all ran out of the city, the great elder told me to stay in the cave of Peijin. On my way back, I met an ambush. Chen Xiang said, "Long Ingi and his son are connected to the evil spirit race. However, it would be best if both of you leave alone and inform the great clan elder in secret, in order to avoid being silenced by them." They actually colluded with the evil spirit race. He still could not believe it, but when he thought back, this was something that Long Ingi himself had admitted to. Chen Xiang said, This is not strange, furthermore. Long Jinrong has a very high position in the evil spirit race. If Long Jinrong can take down the Dragon Clan and destroy the elders who are in the way of Dragon Emperor, he would be the most powerful on this planet. C. 2313. C. 2313. When the time came, Chun Xiang, Long Lin, and the others immediately felt a strong suction force. Their vision swayed, and then they felt a chill as they floated on the surface of the water. They left the Azure Dragon secret realm and arrived at the Azure Dragon lake above. Long Yingyi was also floating on top of the Azure Dragon lake. When Long Jinrong saw him, he was extremely angry and immediately flew over and fished Long Yingyi out. Even though Long Yingyi had chopped off 4 of his limbs, Long Yingyi was still very clear-headed. When he saw his own father, he immediately roared in hatred and told him about Chun Xiang SLAs. Plussing 4 of his limbs. There were quite a few Dragon Clan elders and young, outstanding dragons surrounding the Green Dragon Lake. After hearing about this, they all looked at Chun Xiang furiously. Long Yingyi had only told him part of the truth, but he did not mention anything about how he treated Long Lin and Long Qing. Everyone, don't listen to this bastard. He could have saved me when I was in danger, but he was worried that I would be implicated and he ran away on his own. It was elder brother Shen who saved me. Long Lin said angrily. Long Yingyi, when you fought with Long Qing, you used poison. Why didn't you say so? Long Qing hurriedly walked out and rolled up his sleeves. Although his poison had already been cleansed, the wound was still black. With a glance, it was obvious that there was a trace of poison involved. Chun Xiang didn't even need to speak. As Long Lin and the others shouted, they revealed all of Long Yingyi's ugly deeds, including the fact that he almost violated Long Peijin. The Dragon Clan members were stunned. They couldn't believe that this father and son duo who had a very positive image over the years was so hypocritical. You're talking nonsense. This foreign human has a lot of divine pills in his hands. You must have taken his divine pills to slander us. Long Jinrong said angrily, refusing to admit it even at death. He knew that if he was determined to collude with the evil spirit race, then it would be very troublesome for him and his father. Great Elder, this test does not count. It's all because of this alien human breaking the rules, and this was originally a matter of our dragon race. Long Jinrong shouted, looking unconvinced. The examination is over. Take out your dragon scale debris. The great clan elder ignored him. He heard that Long Peijin was almost violated by Long Yingyi, and this made him extremely angry. As for the relations, HI plus P between Long Jinrong and the others with the evil spirit race, because there was no evidence, he could not believe it either. He could only wait until the Dragon Emperor came out of closed-door cultivation before discussing about it. Chun Xiang took out 10 pieces of dragon scale debris. Long Yingyi also had 3, but he did not have the others. It seemed like Long Yingyi had also exchanged the dragon scale debris S from the other dragons. The person who Pa S said the examination was a human. Those old dragons understood why Chun Xiang had so many. It had to be from Long Lin and Long Qing. And Long Qing had said just now that Chun Xiang had saved them. And these brothers of theirs were all very loyal. It was not strange that they would give it to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang has Pa S, said the examination. He can enter the Azure Dragon Tomb now. The great elder pointed to the small green brick house on the small island in the Green Dragon Lake. That was actually the entrance to the Azure Dragon Tomb. Open the door. If you can enter successfully, you will receive the approval of the Azure Dragon. The great elder said, you can go now. The other elders did not say anything either. Whether Chun Xiang could enter or not, all of this had nothing to do with them. On the other hand, Long Jinrong was very angry because he felt that his son should have entered. Wait. Long Jinrong saw that Chun Xiang wanted to go over and immediately shouted, Great Clan Elder, my son also obtained 3 dragon scale debris. He is considered the largest among the Dragon Clan. He should be qualified to enter. Long Jinrong's palm was on Long Yingyi's chest. No one knew what technique he used, but Long Yingyi's broken forelimbs suddenly grew out. Long Yingyi looked much more energetic now. Great Elder, I remember that the rule to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb is to only allow one dragon to enter, but I have never said that humans and dragons are not allowed. So I think that dragons and humans can enter at the same time. Long Jinrong said, "This did not break the clan rules." The great clan elder frowned and nodded. "That's right, we have indeed not broken the clan rules. We can try. Whether you can enter or not will depend on your own good fortune. As long as he doesn't break the clan's rules, he will agree to it." Long Jinrong heaved a sigh of relief, patted Long Yingyi's shoulders, and said, "You can go in first. Since you are of the dragon race, you definitely have to give priority to the human race. Go in." Just now, Chen Xiang had noticed what Long Jinrong had given to Long Yingyi earlier. That thing must have contained evil spirit race. He wanted Long Yingyi to bring him into the Azure Dragon Tomb. As long as Long Yingyi could enter, they could still carry out their plan. At that time, he would be able to call the wind and summon the rain in this heavenly planet. He was secretly excited in his heart. As long as he entered the Azure Dragon Tomb, he and his father would quickly obtain great power, and thinking about this, he wanted to laugh out loud. At that time, he would be able to torture Qin Xiang, Long Lin, and the others to death. Long Lin and Long Qing both clearly understood Long Yingyi's character, and also knew of the consequences of his entering the Azure Dragon Tomb. They were currently very angry, but Chen Xiang had actually sent a sound transmission to them, telling them to calm down. At this time, everyone was looking at Long Yingyi on the small island. Long Yingyi walked towards the green brick hut and opened the wooden door. As long as you pass S through the azure light, you will be able to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. The great elder shouted. Long Yingyi was now more excited. He took a deep breath and stepped into the door, but who would have thought that the moment he touched the green light, he would be flung away by a very powerful force? Ah! Long Yingyi screamed in pain, blood spurting out from his mouth as he flew straight back to these. "Oh, how is that possible? My son is the strongest saint son. Why can't he get the recognition of the Azure Dragon?" Long Jinrong anxiously walked over and hugged Long Yingyi and shouted, "Those who were sent flying all those years ago all thought so." An elder sighed. "Back then I was also sent flying out. As for why, I also want to know." Long Lin and the others immediately laughed out loud. This Long Yingyi was actually unable to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb, and had even displayed such confidence before. "Qin Xiang, it's your turn." The great elder said, "You have to be careful in a bit. If you don't obtain the green dragon's acknowledgement, you'll be sent flying and will suffer heavy injuries." Chen Xiang nodded his head, then flew to the front of the small green brick house at the center of the lake. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. He was the first human to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb in many years. Many dragons thought that it was impossible for him to enter. Even an outstanding young dragon like Long Yingyi was unable to enter, much less a human. Qin Xiang was also very nervous. If he was unable to enter, then he would have to think of another way to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. Long Pei Jin was extremely nervous at the moment. She hoped that Chen Xiang could enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. As long as he could, she would receive many benefits. She had already treated Qin Xiang as her only friend. Chen Xiang's foot had already stepped into the green light, and the green light that he had touched earlier wasn't bounced back like Long Yingyi was previously. See 2314. See 2314, seeing that Chen Xiang could go in. Long Yingyi, who was heavily injured in Long Jinrong's arms, spat out a mouthful of blood. The hatred in his heart was so strong that it caused blood to spurt out. He wasn't the only one who couldn't understand. The elders present couldn't understand why a human could obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon. Qin Xiang had already entered the Azure Dragon Tomb. Upon seeing that his plan had failed, he immediately carried Long Yingyi and left. Planning out another plan, he was not willing to give up. After Qin Xiang entered through the door, he saw a very spacious hall with a green stone coffin in the middle. On it were many lifelike dragons. All of them had different postures and expressions. Is this the Azure Dragon sarcophagus? Was buried in human form. Qin Xiang walked over and touched the green sarcophagus. Suddenly feeling that it was trembling, he immediately pulled his hand back in shock. The sarcophagus shook, and the lid moved away on its own. After opening the coffin, Qin Xiang immediately looked towards the direction of the coffin, only to see that it was filled with cyan mist, which was currently flash, ing and emitting multicolored light. This is the Azure Dragon Tomb. Qin Xiang looked around. He did not know what was the point of entering the Azure Dragon Tomb through the assessment. That's right, this is my tomb. Qin Xiang suddenly heard the voice and was shocked. Pride of the world, Alchemy G. Oh, D23, TL. You. The green mist inside the sarcophagus suddenly surged, forming a mist-like green dragon that was looking at Qin Xiang with its red eyes. 5, Senior. Aren't you dead? Qin Xiang said in surprise. He never thought that he would actually be able to see the Star Law Divine Realm's Azure Dragon. My body has already died, and my divine soul is about to disappear. Although I am a heavenly beast, I cannot live forever. My mission in Star Law Divine Realm has been completed, and the heavenly energy is gradually dissipating. The Azure Dragon's voice was filled with sadness. I know your purpose for coming here. I have also tested you. The corner of Qin Xiang's eyes twitched. When he was in the Azure Dragon's secret realm, it was actually this Azure Dragon that was controlling the various tests. Senior, your test is truly deadly. Even the SPAC ghost bees have appeared. Qin Xiang curled his lips. How did you do that? So quickly, you brought out those huge beasts and spatial ghost bees to deal with me. The so-called Azure Dragon's secret realm is my divine sense C. The Azure Dragon said, the reason why you are looking for me is because you want to devour my divine soul. Right. This. I only wanted to devour your unconscious divine soul. You still have consciousness right now, so I don't plan on doing that anymore. Qin Xiang said. He thought that the Azure Dragon had died, and after its flesh had died, its consciousness would disappear along with it. Don't worry, Swallow Me. I have no objections. I am quite satisfied with having such a home to return to. The Green Dragon said. Qin Xiang was surprised again and asked doubtfully, You know my goal? Why are you willing to be devoured by me? Although you only have this divine soul left, I can still sense your powerful strength. It's your second divine sense C's Azure Dragon that's summoning me. You might not even know it yourself, but you've created your own Azure Dragon. Besides that, your divine sense C has 3 other beasts, right? The Green Dragon said. Qin Xiang indeed didn't know. He only knew that his second divine sense C had concealed himself for a long time and had always been following him. He even more never thought that his second divine sense C would be so powerful to be able to make the Azure Dragon's divine soul submit to him. Senior, looks like you understand the second divine sense C very well. Haven't you cultivated it? Qin Xiang asked. If I could cultivate it out, I wouldn't have died. Being able to cultivate to become the second divine sense C is an extremely difficult thing to do, but you seem to have done it long ago. The Green Dragon replied, If I parasitize in your second divine sense C, my consciousness will not disappear. I don't know anything about my second divine sense C. I remember before, the divine elephant in the middle of my second divine sense C turned into a fire unicorn, and not long ago, I saw my second divine sense C turn back into a divine elephant. Qin Xiang asked. He could not understand, no matter how much he thought about it. The Azure Dragon did not speak. He was silent. Pride of the world, Alchemy G. Oh, D23 TL. You. Qin Xiang asked, Senior, do you know what's going on? The green dragon replied, I know, but I'm not very sure. I can only tell you that the divine image is extraordinary and the Qilin that evolved from it is still in your second divine sense C. It's just that you do not know much about your own second divine sense C, so you did not see it. Hurry up and swallow me. The green dragon said, Long Jinrong that be ASTARD has joined hands with the evil spirit race and is preparing to attack the dragon clan. Huh. Qin Xiang was shocked and asked, How do I devour you? Devour me the same way you usually devour divine soul. He had already made up his mind, because if he entered Qin Xiang's second divine sense, he would be able to extend his life. The Azure Dragon's divine soul had urged Qin Xiang to swallow him a few times, so Qin Xiang felt too embarrassed, said not to devour him right now, so he immediately used the devouring magic kung fu and absorbed the Azure Dragon's divine soul into one of his head bones. He wanted this bones to merge with the four beasts' divine soul. What a powerful divine soul! Qin Xiang felt very pained at the end. Just how does this guy train himself? When Qin Xiang assimilated with the Azure Dragon's divine soul, he also learned quite a few things about the dragon race from the Azure Dragon's memories. What made him even more surprised was that the evil spirit race was also AGOD. It's just that evil spirit race is a very evil race of GODs. Their existence is just to devour the corpses and divine soul of other GOD races so that they can become stronger. Evil spirit race knew that the Azure Dragon's powerful divine soul was still around. As long as they engulfed this divine soul, their strength would become even stronger and they would be able to break through the barrier of the star. This star's enchantment was also laid out by the Azure Dragon in the past, using its powerful strength. Qin Xiang could not help but exclaim in admiration at the Azure Dragon's strength back then. It was indeed worthy of being at the peak of its existence. However, he was helpless as he was unable to win against time, and had to die in the end. Right now, the Azure Dragon was only living in another way. He did not want himself to disappear from this world just like that. Even though he had become Qin Xiang's power, he was still the Azure Dragon and could only live in a different way. Fusing with the Azure Dragon's divine soul took a lot of time, and after Qin Xiang finished, more than 10 days had already passed. He walked out of the green brick house. It was very quiet outside, and he had thought that there would be some sort of battle. Qin Xiang, you're out. Long Pei Jin suddenly flew over. His entire body was covered with fiery, red dragon armor. He looked like he was ready to fight. What's wrong? Something has happened. Qin Xiang asked quickly. Long Jinrong and Long Yingyi have released a large number of their evil spirit races. These evil spirit races are all hiding in the city right now. We are currently looking to kill them. Long Pei Jin said, C-R-A-P. They're diverting your attention. Their goal is to destroy this city's barrier. Qin Xiang frowned. Quickly go and find the great clan elder. Just as he finished speaking, Long Pei Jin fiercely looked towards the sky and let out a long sigh. Too late! The Dragon City's barrier has been destroyed! C-2315. C-2315. All of this was done by Long Jinrong. He had many plans, and destroying the barrier was one of them. We still have to find the Great Elder. What about now Long Jinrong and his son? Qin Xiang asked. They have already left the Dragon City. What's strange is that the Dragon Emperor has not come out yet. I don't know why. Long Pei Jin was a little worried. The great clan elder went to notify the Dragon Emperor a long time ago, but he did not receive a response. Qin Xiang said in a low voice, Dragon Emperor is probably dead. Long Pei Jin immediately shook his head. Impossible. Dragon Emperor is already the strongest. He already possesses the 100G. DS level in 9 bones, so he reached the peak very early on, and it is impossible for him to die. Even an azure dragon might die, so why is that impossible? He was sent here very early to guard the azure dragon's mausoleum, and his death was most likely caused by the depletion of his longevity. Chunxiang said. This was what Chunxiang had learned from the azure dragon's memories. Although the Dragon Emperor was powerful, he could not withstand the destruction of time. When Chunxiang and Long Pei Jin found the Great Elder was also burning with anxiety as he walked around the room. Great Clan Elder, forcibly opened the Dragon Emperor's secret room. Call him out. Long Pei Jin came over and said quickly, If Dragon Emperor doesn't come out, we will be exterminated by him. Evil spirit race knows us very well and has the power to restrain us. Furthermore, they can hide, and there are a lot of them. No advertising, no writing. At this time, there were a few elders in the Great Clan Elder's room. When they saw that Long Pei Jin had arrived, they all frowned, because such an important matter didn't need the partic. 1. P. Asian of a little girl like Long Pei Jin. At this time, they were also very concerned about Chunxiang. After all, Chunxiang had obtained the approval of the Dragon Emperor. If they did not see him here, they would have scolded him. Dragon Emperor might already be dead. When I entered the Azure Dragon tomb, the Azure Dragon mentioned this to me. He said that the Dragon Emperor's lifespan was almost used up as well. Haha, the fastest and most stable, Chunxiang said. When the Great Clan Elder heard Chunxiang's words, he could not help but exclaim, Seems like it is true. Not to mention the Dragon Emperor. Even my old bones are about to be put into a coffin. The Great Clan Elder and the Dragon Emperor were the main pillars of the Dragon Clan, especially the Dragon Emperor. He had to refine many divine pellets over the years in order for the Dragon Clan to grow. Now that there was no Dragon Emperor refining pills, how could they improve? Is the Dragon Clan finished? The head elder sat on a chair and said, It doesn't matter if I die, but what about the dragon race? Chunxiang shouted, Great Clan Elder, the dragon race will not end here. You are the only pillar of the Dragon Clan. You cannot despair, or the entire Dragon Clan will be finished. Right now, the first thing we need to do is to gather all the dragons. Don't let everyone spread out so that the evil spirit race won't be able to take action. The most troublesome thing about the evil spirit race was that he could hide. However, the Dragon Emperor has refined a type of pearl for all of you, so you can sense it. If everyone gathers together, they won't dare to come close. If it was spread out, even if a single dragon could sense a hidden evil spirit race, they would still be killed. 55. Chunxiang was very calm at the moment, much calmer than the old dragon in the house. Have you received instructions from the Azure Dragon? The Great Elder said, Yes, the Azure Dragon has told me a lot of things. Chunxiang said, I hope that I can help you pass through this obstacle. All right, we'll listen to you now. The Great Elder excitedly said, as if he was grabbing onto a lifeline. He was no longer as desperate as he was before. The Great Elder had obtained Chunxiang's Supreme D pellet before, so he had a very good impression of Chunxiang. Chunxiang felt that since he had obtained the Azure Dragon's divine soul, he would definitely help the dragon race. Furthermore, the dragon race also had their friends. The other elders all agreed to listen to Chunxiang. Pride Pill Deity 235 Pei Jin, go find Long Lin, Long Qing, and the others. Let them be in charge of gathering all the dragons by the Azure Dragon Lake. Chunxiang said, I'll go right now. Long Pei Jin immediately ran out of the house and into the city. Great Clan Elder, let's go open the Dragon Emperor's secret room and confirm that he is dead. Chunxiang said, If he's not dead, that's for the best. Then he and a few elders brought Chunxiang to the Dragon Emperor's residence and entered the secret underground room. With their combined strength, they opened the secret room of the Dragon Emperor and saw the Dragon Emperor sitting cross-legged on the ground. His expression was extremely natural, and it could be seen that there wasn't any pain when he died. Dragon Emperor, After all, this was an old friend that he had spent many years with. Yet he had left just like that. The other elders also began to cry bitterly. Now is not the time to cry. Qinxiang said. He walked over to take a look at Dragon Emperor's body. Dragon Emperor was not like the green dragon, who could keep their divine soul intact. Dragon Emperor's divine soul had already dissipated, and divine sense was already present. His entire body was filled with the scent of death. It was his first time seeing a peak divine Lord Rancor die after running out of his lifespan. Thinking about it, he felt a little sad. "Do you have any objections if I burn his body?" Qinxiang asked. "Please." Right now, the Dragon Clan was in danger. If they did not deal with it well, the Dragon Emperor would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Qinxiang took out the chuangs. H-I+G, O-D furnace, released a flame and burned Dragon Emperor's body to death, then said, "You guys wait a bit. Don't look too sad. Instead, pretend to be very confident. Don't hurt your morale." "We will understand," the great elder said. "Don't tell anyone else about the Dragon Emperor's death. It will make the dragon race even more depressed." Qinxiang then continued, "As for the divine pellets, you all do not have to worry. I will provide them for you." "This is really?" the great clan elder asked in shock. Even though he asked this, he already believed it in his heart, because Qinxiang had given him a very good supreme bone level dan. Qinxiang took out a few Tai bone level dan and distributed them to the elders, saying, "These are for you." "Of course, this is not for you to eat. It is to have you wait a bit and reward the dragon in your clan for your best performance. This is up to you all to decide, and it is also to motivate them." These elders were also unwilling to part with a few Tai bone level danes, but since Qinxiang had already said so, they could only do as he said, since it would be beneficial to the situation before them. After knowing that Qinxiang was a Pilji OD, the few elders heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they still had a divine pill to provide, they would be filled with confidence towards the future of the dragon race. When Qinxiang and the others arrived at the side of the Azure Dragon Lake, there were already many gathered dragons, but all of them were camped out by the lake. After the great clan elder and a few elders arrived, they let them come out for a meeting and then said many Impa Sionade words. Long Lin, Long Qing, and the others had obtained one pill, which immediately boosted the morale of the entire dragon clan. See 2316. See 2316 because the great clan elder was with Qinxiang. This Pilji OD he became much more confident. At this time he had also recovered his previous dignified appearance, but he was sighing with emotion in his heart. Dragon Emperor, who had been with him for many years, did not bid him farewell and just quietly said away like that. He also felt helpless as he was about to embark on this path. Although he didn't want to, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't afraid, as he couldn't let go of the Dragon Clan. Dragon City's array formation had been destroyed, but with Qinxiang's secret help, the Dragon City was relatively stable. The sky gradually darkened. Qinxiang, the great clan elder, and the others were discussing in the same tent. If nothing unexpected happens, the evil spirit race will be moving tonight. The Dragon City's array formation has been destroyed and cannot be repaired immediately. They will definitely make good use of this time to launch a surprise attack. Qinxiang said, "They may land from the sky. At that time they will need to send more experts to patrol." The great elder nodded and sent an elder to give the order. Qinxiang then said, "We cannot sit still and wait for death right now. Since the evil spirit race that is being led by Long Jinrong plans to destroy this place, we should also take the initiative to attack, but we need to go investigate first. I will handle this." "Is that okay? Let us go." The great clan elder anxiously said. Qinxiang was a gold pill G. If something happened to him and he was unable to provide the dragon race with the divine pellets, they would all be worried. "Don't worry about me." Qinxiang laughed. "All you need to do is stay here and capture the rats. The people of the evil spirit race must come in by themselves. If they were to launch a large-scale attack, it would be a huge loss. But you must not relax. The people that the evil spirit race sent to ambush Sinate should all be elite evil spirits. Chen Xiang had already obtained the Azure Dragon's divine soul, so he had to quickly settle the matter here, and then leave this heavenly star to search for the divine soul of other divine beasts. Thus, he planned to go kill off the evil spirit race by himself. The evil spirit race was still quite far away from the Dragon City. Chen Xiang guessed that the elite evil spirits that the evil spirit race had sent out were definitely on their way. He wanted to take this opportunity to sneak an attack on the evil spirit race. He believed that with the strength of the dragon race, they would definitely be able to resist this attack. Furthermore, the dragon race had already made sufficient preparations. At night, Chen Xiang teleported out of the Dragon City and even used the counter-power to make himself invisible. Although this was the power of the evil spirit race, after he used it, the evil spirit race was still unable to sense it. When he entered this star, he saw that the starry sky blood devil was constantly coming out, and that was the lair of the evil spirit race. According to his memories, he was constantly teleporting in that direction. Not long after, he arrived at the place where he met Long Pei Jin last time. After using the Dao Hard Eye here, he could see the starry sky blood devil that kept appearing. Chen Xiang understood from the Azure Dragon's memories that the reason he built the Azure Dragon tomb back then was also because of these evil spirit races. Only that those evil spirit races had already been under his control. After he finished constructing them, those evil spirit races would accompany him in death. And the reason why the evil spirit race was constantly producing the starry sky blood deviless was so that they could absorb the energy from the outside. It's just over there. Try your best to get rid of the evil spirit race tonight. Let's see if there's any way to control the barrier around this heavenly star. Such a good heavenly star can't be abandoned. Chen Xiang was very satisfied with the heaven stage stars, but it was very dangerous here. If the evil spirit race was destroyed, the heavenly star would be perfect. Chen Xiang, you plan to take root in this heavenly star in the future. Yu Er asked. But before that, I plan to have the Star Moon Divine Race, Divine Dragon Race, and the Cat Race all gather here, and at that time the Nine Heaven School and the hundreds of Flowers Village would come over and join forces. With my power in the Everlasting Mountain, it would be much easier to deal with the other heavenly stars. Chun Xiang said. Chun Xiang felt that as long as he could find them and negotiate with them, it wouldn't be too hard for them to migrate here. We'll talk about it when we get out. Yue replied, I can explain to Star Moon Divine Race and the others. It shouldn't be that difficult. Chun Xiang nodded his head and teleported to Evil Spirit Race's territory. At that moment, he was getting closer and closer to Evil Spirit Race. The Evil Spirit Race was inside a black-colored forest. Chen Xiang used the counter-power to make himself invisible and then floated in midair. He saw that there were many dots of red light in the black-colored forest below. They looked no different from humans, but their actions were similar to beasts. Right now, they were just like monkeys sitting on trees. Only those evil spirit race with high intelligence would have the behavior of humans. This was also a very strong evil spirit. The other Qinxiang were not afraid at all. These fellows are definitely afraid of my chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace's flames. Qinxiang took out chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace and imbued it with 6 realms power. Qinxiang instilled the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace for more than an hour, then allowed it to grow bigger and controlled the flames inside the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace to erupt outwards. The chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace's flames poured down from the sky like a majestic flaming waterfall. The flames suddenly attacked and instantly fell to the ground, spreading to the surroundings. The black forest evil spirits below were flying everywhere, but they could not escape the sea of fire. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were submerged in the sea of fire. These are just small ants. Long Jinrong and the others are my true targets. Qin Xiang began to search. The flames here had been burning for a long time, but no strong evil spirit had come out, which meant that the strong evil spirits were not here. Qin Xiang was shocked. It seems that not only are the elite evil spirits heading to the Dragon City, Long Jinrong and the rest have also gone. It seems that they can't wait anymore and want to control the dragon race as soon as possible. Starry Sky Blood Devil did not continue to be born, because the blood altar that was used to create Starry Sky Blood Devil had already been burnt by Qin Xiang's flames. Hurry up and go back. If Long Jinrong and the others plan to finish it by tonight, then it is very possible that they will go all out. Yu Er said. Qin Xiang immediately teleported back. The dragon race did not have the Dragon Emperor protecting them. Long Jinrong and the evil spirit race's strongest evil spirit emperor had always been able to attack the Dragon Clan, but the Great Clan Elder and the others could not. Fortunately, Qin Xiang was able to teleport far away, and not long after, he arrived at the Dragon City. When he appeared in the air above the Azure Dragon Lake, he suddenly heard loud noises from below, and there was a huge commotion below. As expected, Long Jinrong and the others came over. Qin Xiang looked for the Great Clan Elder and the others, only to see that the Great Clan Elder was fighting against Long Jinrong. C. 2317. C. 2317 Qin Xiang had locked onto dozens of elite evil spirits. When these evil spirits used the counter power, although those dragons had a lot of power, it was still a headache to deal with them. In order to reduce the casualties of the Dragon Clan, Qin Xiang anxiously took action. He took a deep breath and used the spatial divine deity inside the divine sense sea to absorb the six realms' power, allowing himself to release a strong force of spatial energy to control SPAC. After converting the six realms' power into spatial energy, Qin Xiang punched out in front of him, striking out with an extremely terrifying meteor immortal power. This wave of meteor immortal power was split into dozens of strands, and under the guidance of the spatial energy, it shot across SPAC, striking towards the dozens of evil spirit elites that he had locked onto. From below, he heard a series of explosions, and those evil spirits were all scattered by the strong meteor immortal power and died. After the battle, Qin Xiang teleported towards Long Pei Jin and the others who were with him to deal with the berserk Long Yingyi. Long Yingyi had been thinking about Long Pei Jin for a long time now, but had been unable to get his hands on him even after a long time. Long Pei Jin had only just cultivated 2 sets of bones and was not her match, but with the help of Long Lin and the others, she was unable to be defeated by Long Yingyi. Long Jinrong was currently fighting with the Great Clan Elder with all his might. The Great Clan Elder was indeed very strong, causing Long Jinrong to have no choice but to join hands with the evil spirit race elder. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by the Dragon Clan Elder. What happened? We suddenly lost more than 60 elites? The elder of the evil spirit race said in a shocked voice. Quickly get the evil spirit emperor to act. The Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor has appeared. Long Jinrong laughed coldly. Dragon Emperor will never appear again, because he is already dead. I am very clear on this point. It seems like the one who is acting in secret should be the human called Qin Xiang. He does indeed have some skills. We just need to find him, and there is no need for evil spirit emperor to do that. The Great Clan Elder was shocked. This Long Jinrong actually knew that the Dragon Emperor had died. This was what he had just heard. Grand Elder, you have to be careful not to get ambushed. There is an elder who is a traitor. You must take note of him later. Qin Xiang was also paying attention to the situation with the Great Clan Elder. When he heard Long Jinrong's words, he immediately sent a sound transmission to the Great Clan Elder. Long Lin, all of you retreat. Leave it to me. Qin Xiang suddenly appeared and used his bare hand to strike the sword that Long Yingyi was about to slash on, breaking it in half. When Long Yingyi saw Qin Xiang, he thought about his 4 limbs being crippled by Qin Xiang, and he instantly became furious. However, he was also clear that he was not Qin Xiang's opponent. Father, Qin Xiang is here." When Long Yingyi shouted, he was already gone. He used the counter power to hide himself. "Don't think I can't see you." Qin Xiang laughed coldly, and Long Yingyi actually went behind Long Peijin, wanting to ambush him. Qin Xiang teleported over and struck Long Yingyi's head with his palm, dispersing the counter power inside the divine sensei. Long Yingyi immediately revealed his body. "This time I won't forgive you, bastard." Qin Xiang held Long Yingyi's head with one hand and released soul-absorbing devil spell, while at the same time his other hand clenched his fist and fiercely punched Long Yingyi's sternum, causing him to scream miserably. "So that's how it is. I know who the traitor is now." Qin Xiang immediately told the Great Clan Elder the traitor's name so that the Great Clan Elder could be on guard. The traitor was also currently in a chaotic battle, pretending to be fighting with the evil spirit. It was not long before Long Jinrong finally broke away from the Great Clan Elder and rushed over. From afar, he saw Qin Xiang grabbing onto Long Yingyi's head, and in the split second that he had seen Qin Xiang's hand, which was covered in flames, strike at Long Yingyi's head, turning into a huge palm of fire that enveloped Long Yingyi. The moment the fire palm enveloped the area, Long Yingyi was also burnt to ashes by the intense flames. "Qin Xiang!" Long Jinrong roared. He rushed forward as fast as lightning. The divine sword in his hand danced crazily, releasing waves after waves of roaring dragon, like sword chi, flickering with bursts of red light, enveloping Qin Xiang. After releasing the wave of berserk sword chi, Long Jinrong suddenly disappeared as well, and used the counter power. But he did not know that Qin Xiang had the Daohard Eye, and was able to see through his movements easily. After Long Jinrong disappeared, he circled around behind him from a high alt, 1, 2'd, and was prepared to ambush him. But he did not expect that Qin Xiang would suddenly disappear too, causing him to be alarmed. This was a counter power that he was extremely familiar with, and it took him a lot of time to learn it back then. However, Qin Xiang had only been in this heavenly star for a few days, and he actually already knew about it. Furthermore, he had grasped it extremely well, as Long Jinrong had been through hundreds of battles, and although he was shocked the moment Qin Xiang disappeared, he quickly reacted and dodged it. "Old Turtle, accompany your son." Qin Xiang teleported to Long Jinrong's side and used demurdering sword techniques, speeding up his own time and allowing him to strike a sword attack that was so fast that Long Jinrong was unable to dodge. Long Jinrong was hacked into 2 halves by Qin Xiang, and his body turned into 2 gigantic red dragon bodies that struggled on the ground. He did not die. He never thought that Qin Xiang's strength was actually this terrifying, much more than his. Qin Xiang locked onto Long Jinrong's dragon heart, and 2 fiery red rays of light spurted out of his eyes. The instant the 2 rays of light penetrated Long Jinrong's heart, they also pierced through Long Jinrong's divine sensei. "Be my ashes." Qin Xiang used the chuangs, H-I plus G-O-D furnace to collect the 2 huge pieces of dragons' bodies. Long Jinrong had already been killed, adding on the dozens of evil spirit elite warriors that had been killed by Qin Xiang. The evil spirit surprise army had become extremely weak, and the Great Clan Elder had successfully killed the enemy's evil spirit elder. Seeing that they were not a match, the elders of the evil spirit race ordered for them to retreat. As they were retreating, they realized that they could not move at all, as they were already using the counter power to hide, and they would not be seen. "They have all been locked down by me. Take out the things on your bodies and see through them. Quickly kill this group of evil spirits." Qin Xiang shouted. It was extremely difficult for him to hold on to hundreds of elite evil spirits. When the dragons of the Dragon Clan brought this small crystal closer to their eyes, they could see that there was an evil spirit hidden inside. This was refined by the Dragon Emperor, and when they saw that the evil spirits were frozen in place, they all picked up their divine weapons and rushed forward to kill them. Very quickly, only a few of the evil spirits that came this time were able to escape. The others were all killed, including some elders. This time, the dragon race had won a great victory, and several dragons had died. There are hundreds of evil spirits, and none of them are weak. It seems that they are mainly trying to senate us, and then control the entire dragon clan. It's just that their plan failed. The Grand Elder laughed coldly. He arrived behind an elder, and his hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. It pierced into the elder's chest and grabbed the heart. See 2318. See 2318. You traitor! Don't think that I don't know about you colluding with Long Jinrong. When the great clan elder heard Chun Xiang's sound transmission, he started to pay attention to this traitor. This traitor elder was only pretending to be fighting and looked extremely relaxed. Thus, the great elder was even more certain that this was a traitor. Great clan elder, how vicious! The spy elder raised his head and laughed out loud. The Dragon Emperor is already dead. Although the sneak attack failed, they still have the Evil Spirit Emperor. The dragon race can only submit to the Evil Spirit race to prevent their clan from being exterminated. When the dragons and dragons of the dragon race heard that the Dragon Emperor had died, they couldn't believe it. However, when they saw the sorrowful expression on the great clan elder's face, they believed it all. Grand Elder, is this real? Long Lin anxiously walked up and asked, It's true, but everyone doesn't need to be sad. Dragon Emperor exhausted his lifespan and died. He has done too much for our dragon clan. He has worked hard for us all these years, causing himself to die of old age without even having the time to cultivate. We cannot let him down. We must pull ourselves together. Even if we die, we must not surrender to evil spirit race, and definitely not be a traitor. The great elder's voice was shaking as he spoke silently. After he finished speaking, he killed that traitor elder with a single palm strike. The entire dragon race had fallen into silence. Although they were grieving, they did not show it because they wanted to be like what the great elder said. They could not become siv and cheer up. The evil spirit race's lair has already been destroyed by me. So the biggest threat that the evil spirit race has to us right now is that evil spirit emperor. Leave this to me. I will do my best to kill him. Chun Xiang said to the great clan elder, You really can deal with evil spirit emperor. That's a demon that even Dragon Emperor is very afraid of. The great clan elder asked in shock. The power of the evil spirit race was extremely harmful to the D tribes, which was why they were afraid. But Chun Xiang was different. He had the power of the evil spirit race on him, and he also had the both of them. He felt that he could fight against the evil spirit emperor himself. Don't bother looking for me. I didn't expect a foreign human like you to have such abilities. If you submit to me and help me subdue the dragon race, in the future, we can easily dominate the entire Star Law Divine realm. A voice came from the sky. The originally pitch-black sky turned red at this moment. Evil Spirit Emperor had arrived. The arrival of the Evil Spirit Emperor was accompanied by an endless amount of fear. The red infernal energy in the air undulated up and down, as if countless evil spirits had gathered together. If it was before, when the Dragon Emperor was here, the dragon race would not be afraid, but now that the Dragon Emperor was dead, and now that the entire evil spirit race was almost exterminated, the evil spirit emperor came here filled with anger, bringing with him an evil killing intent. At this moment, every dragon felt that there was a huge mountain pressing down on their shoulders. The pressure of the evil spirit emperor was extremely strong, causing these powerful dragons to feel deeply afraid. You want me to submit to you? What a wishful thinking. Chun Xiang carried his heavenly magic sword and flew up directly. The group of dragons below couldn't help but admire him. To think they would have the courage to fly up against such a terrifying evil spirit emperor. Evil spirit emperor had already appeared. He was a tall and dy middle-aged man with a face full of red lines. When he saw Chun Xiang Russ, plussing over, he immediately disappeared, and following that, a red flash of lightning struck down from the sky, striking Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang was struck by the red lightning. After the red lightning struck him ruthlessly, he fell to the ground. Disperse! The great elder shouted. This was the Azure Dragon Lake. If they were to fight, the Azure Dragon tomb would also be destroyed. However, what they didn't know was that the Azure Dragon in the tomb was no longer there. Although Chen Xiang was struck by a few red lightning bolts, the moment he landed on the ground, he immediately flew back up, and the evil spirit emperor had already used counter power to hide himself. I, Chen Xiang, am not afraid. After being sealed in this D.A.M. Ned place, I will definitely not get promoted after all these years. From the looks of it, I am just like the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Chun Xiang floated in the air. Using the Dao Hard Eye, he could already see the invisible evil spirit emperor. The blood-colored lightning that fell from the sky earlier was released by the evil spirit emperor. From the strength of the lightning, Chen Xiang could determine the evil spirit emperor's strength. Evil spirit emperor was also secretly surprised in his heart. He had fought with the dragon emperor of the dragon race a few times, and because they were on par with him and he had even defeated him twice, he believed that he was the strongest among the heavenly stars. If it wasn't for him worrying that the dragon emperor would perish together with him, he would have taken down the dragon race long ago. But he never thought that Chen Xiang would suddenly appear. Not only did he burn down his evil spirit race's nest, he even killed a few of Long Jinrong's capable assistants, and he was the only one left in Heavenly Star Realm. But he was more optimistic about the result, because the Dragon Emperor was already dead. He was the strongest out of all of Heavenly Stars, and although he was almost all destroyed as long as he could enslave the dragon race, his evil spirit race would definitely grow stronger. After the previous attack, Evil Spirit Emperor was not as optimistic as he thought. Chen Xiang's strength was beyond his imagination. Evil Spirit Emperor was the same as the dragon race. They both thought that human beings were weak, so he did not put humans in his eyes. He only thought that Chen Xiang was a relatively outstanding human being, which was not enough to defeat him. Chen Xiang saw through Evil Spirit Emperor's thoughts immediately. He felt that it was funny. Evil Spirit Emperor had been trapped here for so many years. He did not even know how strong Star Law Divine Realm was. Forget about the other D tribes, even the big shots of Star Law Divine Realm's forces. That group of Peak Divine Lordess were enough to make this Evil Spirit Emperor suffer. Just as Evil Spirit Emperor was about to attack again, Chen Xiang suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chen Xiang used the counter power and even hid inside the spatial crack. Although the Evil Spirit Emperor had a lot of combat experience, it was only against the dragon race, and he had never fought with a human like Chen Xiang. Weak chicken. Chen Xiang suddenly appeared as two beams of golden light shot into the eyes of the Evil Spirit Emperoress, and into the eyes of the Divine Sensess. A violent wave of meteor immortal power Pa-S sed through the bones in Chen Xiang's eyes and flowed into the Divine Sense CS through the two rays of golden light. Evil Spirit Emperor let out a wild howl. His Divine Sense C was already trapped and was no longer able to use counter power to hide himself. With a guy like you still want me to submit to you? Chun Xiang sneered. You still want to dominate the Star Law Divine Realm? In the Star Law Divine Realm, there are many humans that are much stronger than me. What right do you have to dominate the Star Law Divine Realm, just with your little tricks of disappearing? Chun Xiang's words not only shocked the Evil Spirit Emperor, but the entire dragon clan was incomparably shocked. Chun Xiang being tyrannical against the Evil Spirit Emperor meant that Chun Xiang's strength was very strong. But Chen Xiang had said that there were numerous powerful humans in the Star Law Divine Realm. This completely overturned their understanding of humans. If there were one or two humans as powerful as Chen Xiang, they would still be able to accept it, but there was a large group of them. They could not imagine. See 2319. See 2319 not long after Chen Xiang entered the Dragon Clan. He knew that the Dragon Clan had been trapped in the Heavenly Star Realm for too long and had already dissociated themselves from the entire Star Law Divine Realm. The Evil Spirit race was the same as well, because they were unable to find out about the matters regarding the Star Law Divine Realm after a long time, causing them to only focus on him. After the evil spirit emperor was broken by Qin Xiang, she lost all her power. Qin Xiang slowly descended from the sky, holding on to the heavenly magic sword. How did you defeat me just now? Impossible! You cannot possibly attack my divine sense see directly. Even now, he still could not accept the fact that he was defeated by a human. He was the evil spirit emperor of the evil spirit race, and they had the power to restrain the God race. There's nothing that's impossible. This world is so vast, you can guarantee that you will understand everything, right? I won't waste my breath with you. Go see your evil spirit race, and continue to be it. Qin Xiang waved the heavenly magic sword in his hand, and with a schwa sound he cut evil spirit emperor's body into many pieces. Qin Xiang then released the fire of the Chuangs. H-I+G-O-D furnace and burned it all in one go. Through the fire released by the Chuangs. H-I+G-O-D furnace, it was most suitable for burning this kind of powerhouse who had died and resisted. Great Clan Elder and the rest of the dragons watched as the evil spirit emperor was burned to death. It was late in the night, and the blood clouds in the sky had already scattered. The world had become very quiet, but all the dragons present could feel the miserable cries that came from the long-dead evil spirit emperor when he was burnt to death. They could not believe that such a powerful evil spirit emperor had been killed just like that. Indeed, Qin Xiang did not feel that the evil spirit emperor was that powerful. It was because he was not from the ancient times of the 4 divine races, but rather the evil spirit emperor was born to restrain him. Grand Elder, let's go to the Earth's core to take a look. Qin Xiang said, only by going to the core of the Earth can you find the location of the formation that controls this heavenly star. At that time, you can enter and leave freely. The great Clan Elder immediately nodded his head. Right now, he believed even more firmly that Qin Xiang was their dragon clans, and understood why Qin Xiang was able to obtain the Green Dragon's acknowledgement and enter the Azure Dragon Tomb. From their point of view, Qin Xiang must have received the Green Dragon's instruction to enter the Azure Dragon Tomb, which was why he helped their dragon clan. Qin Xiang had a portion of the Green Dragon's memories, so he only knew how to control the heavenly star's formation. There was no need to go to the center of the Earth either. On the way to the center of the Earth, Qin Xiang found the mechanism that controlled the heavenly star barrier. It was a small formation. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and copied the formation onto the 6 realms mirrors. Then he could sense it through the 6 realms mirrors. How is it? The great elder asked. Although he had not reached the Earth's core, he still felt that it was extremely hot within this sageway that led to the Earth's core. Under my control, the seal enchantment has already been unsealed, but there are still a few layers of barrier protecting this heavenly star. I will help you get 2 transmission array S later so that you can leave this heavenly star through teleportation. Qin Xiang said. Previously, Qin Xiang was unable to teleport in using the spatial energy, but he had already removed the barrier that sealed the S, allowing him to enter and exit freely. Of course, he also told the great clan elder the method of controlling the barrier. There were only dragon race on this planet. It was best for the dragon race to stay here and develop themselves, and going out would just be to increase their knowledge. Furthermore, it was not convenient for their dragon race to run around Star, Law Divine Realm. Great Clan Elder, you guys stay here for now. I will bring the divine dragon race outside here again later. Your dragon clan is currently very weak, and you guys are lacking in other areas, so you guys shouldn't mind that the divine dragon race is here, right? Qin Xiang asked. Of course not. They had better come faster. The great clan elder said that after Dragon Emperor died, this place would definitely be taken care of by him, and he knew that he did not have much time left to live. All right, I'll leave now. I'll come back as soon as possible. Qin Xiang teleported to the outer barrier of this heavenly star and then looked for the starry sky, Blood Devil S, using the Chuangs. H-I+G-O-D furnace S, he began to hunt them down crazily, and in the future there would be D-race enemies coming and going around this heavenly star. After using a few days of time, Chen Xiang continued to hunt along with the long line from the starry sky Blood Devil. Furthermore, he was still wandering around the vicinity and found the group of starry sky Blood Devil. He did not return to the W-A-N-G ancient heavenly star. That place had already been occupied by the Purple Yuan sect, and without his formidable strength, he was unable to fight against the Purple Yuan sect. When he arrived at Emperor Dragon Villa, Gelong personally came out to welcome him. They had cured quite a few of the poison from the powerful divine dragons because they had Chen Xiang's 3 Lotus Dan. Brother Ge, do you know that when the Azure Dragon died, it took away a portion of the divine dragons to guard the tomb? Chen Xiang asked. I've heard of it before. Could it be that Brother Chen is interested in our Azure Dragon's mausoleum? Gelong laughed. Of course not. I've already found the Azure Dragon's tomb, and I've also discovered a big secret, where is a very large heavenly star. Chen Xiang roughly told Gelong where the Heavenly Star Academy, where the Azure Dragon's necropolis was located. Although Gelong was a half-human, half-dragon, he was still a part of the divine dragon race and possessed considerable power. How is it, has your divine dragon race ever thought of moving to that place? Chen Xiang laughed. To you that is a good place. Of course. I wish you and the other 2 members of the D clan to go together. If it's just me, of course I'd be happy to stay away from this area. This area isn't peaceful at all. Those old fellows who are about to die are going crazy everywhere. In order to extend their lives, it's best to stay away from them. Gelong said, I still need to discuss this with those old dragons. Of course, I can tell you this with certainty. It doesn't matter if the other 2 great D clans go. Such a big planet is enough for us 3 D clans. However, we don't know where the 2 D clans are right now. Gelong said, I can still train them before, but after I train them, I will no longer be able to contact them. It will be difficult to find them. Don't worry about that, I'll go find them. Chen Xiang said, I'll tell you the way to get to that heavenly star first. When I get back, I'll set up some transmission array S along the way. Gelong memorized the route Chen Xiang told him and said, It doesn't matter if we go to that heavenly star or not. We will still send people over to take a look. All right, I'll go look for the other 2 D race now. Chen Xiang left the Earth Dragon Star and entered the endless starry sky. C-2320. C-2320. Yuer, it shouldn't be hard for you to find Cat Race and Star Moon Divine Race. Chen Xiang asked. He was currently flying in the starry sky. The Moon Clan did not reply. What were they thinking? It's not difficult, but I feel that it would be better if you go collect the other divine soul first. Star Moon Divine Race and Cat Race are hiding themselves so well right now, so there definitely won't be any danger. Yuer replied, If you were a little stronger, you would have been able to ensure your migration by then. Chen Xiang respected Yuer's suggestion, and then he flew in one direction towards the information that Wu Ji had provided to him, to search for the divine soul of other divine beasts. After using half a year's time, he finally found the divine soul of the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise tomb was located in a very safe place, unlike the Azure Dragon, which was guarded by the dragon race and also not watched by the evil spirit race. The profound, ranking divine soul was no longer conscious, so Chen Xiang easily fused with the bones on top of his head. One of them needed a total of 5 divine soul to merge with the beast elephant corresponding to his second divine sensei, while the other required a life and death divine soul that had merged with the fire attribute, acting as the core of the real world. After fusing with the Black Tortoise's divine soul, Chen Xiang returned to the Earth Dragon Star. Gelong was still here and told Chen Xiang a piece of good news. Gelong continued to be in charge of gathering resources and sending them to the Heavenly Star Realm. Now, the divine dragon race had secretly moved over and Gulong had also gone over to see the great clan elder. Chun Xiang was currently more busy, so he didn't have time to go over to take a look. After going to the Earth Dragon Star, he returned to the W.A.N.G. Ancient Heavenly Star and returned to the villa in Song Cloud City. After giving Dai Donggong the various quality bone level Dan he refined, he set off to search for the divine soul of the 4 divine beasts. Right now, he was still lacking the divine soul of the white tiger and vermilion bird, as well as the middle phoenix. Searching for the white tiger and vermilion bird's mausoleum had gone smoothly, which also surprised Qin Xiang because he had spent a lot of time before entering the Azure Dragon Tomb. He also heard that the evil spirit race had specially gone to eat the corpses of powerful beasts, so he thought that the white tiger and vermilion bird's mausoleum would also have evil spirit race. These mausoleums were built by the evil spirit race, and the Azure Dragon died last. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon helped the other 3 divine beasts build the mausoleum that year. So after the death of the Azure Dragon, it lured the evil spirit race to the surface, allowing the Dragon Clan to fight against the evil spirit race. Chun Xiang had merged with the vermilion bird's divine soul in the pitch-black mausoleum. This was also the last of the 4 divine beasts, so he still lacked the mysterious divine elephant in the middle. In order to fuse with the white tiger and vermilion bird, he had searched everywhere for over half a year, so it was relatively easy for him. Where do I have to go to find the divine soul of the last divine elephant? If it's a Qilin beast, it would be much easier. Chun Xiang stood on top of a dead star and looked at the 4 divine soul inside the divine deity, attempting to communicate with the green dragon's consciousness. A few hours later, Chun Xiang finally heard the Azure Dragon's voice. The Azure Dragon had told him before that after fusing with it, he would have more time to sleep. Senior, I have gathered all the divine soul S of the 4 divine beasts, but where are we going to find the divine constellation's divine soul S? Also, you mentioned that the Qilin beast elephant is also in my second divine sense, C. Where exactly are they hiding? Qin Xiang asked. When he was cultivating a long time ago, the middle divine elephant had already turned into a fire unicorn. However, right now, the second divine sense, C, was still a divine elephant, but the Qilin was nowhere to be seen. Your second divine sense, C, was gradually ignored by you later on. At that time, you changed your cultivation method, and it was also when you separated the second divine sense, C, that you came across. The second divine sense, C, was still by your side, and later on, your second divine sense, C, also started cultivating as well, albeit at a very slow pace. After fused him into the bones on his head, he had also understood the cultivation situation on Chun Xiang's body. Chun Xiang was secretly surprised in his heart. He did not know about this kind of thing, and what surprised him the most was that his second divine sense, C, had his own consciousness. While your second divine sense, C, was cultivating, the Qilin transformed from a divine elephant, went to the sky, and the deity you saw before was a newly born divine elephant that held power over the earth. It could maintain the stability of the land, while the 4 divine beasts ruled over the 4 directions. The green dragon said, "Then will this newly born divine elephant become a Qilin in the future?" Qin Xiang asked. No, the divine elephant is equivalent to the spirit of the earth. As long as you absorb the energy of the earth, you can develop a divine elephant's divine soul. There's no need to search for it. The Azure Dragon replied, "Right now, all you need to do is to find the divine soul of a Qilin." When Chun Xiang returned to the W.A.N.G. Ancient Heavenly Star, the easiest way for him to obtain the divine soul of a Qilin was to return to the 9 heaven world to find Hualin, and have Hualin give him a gift immediately. This was definitely not a problem. It was just that it would take a very long time for him to return. Elder Wu, where does this star law divine realm have the divine soul of a Qilin? Wu Ji asked. Wu Ji also knew about Qin Xiang's cultivation, and when he saw Qin Xiang asking about the whereabouts of the Qilin divine soul, He knew that Qinxiang had already gathered all 4 of the divine beasts, the Earth's core. Wu Ji said, "It's easiest for Earth's core to produce a qilin." Now, Qinxiang also understood a little why the divine elephant in charge of the earth would turn into a qilin. The earthly beast here must be very powerful, right? Qinxiang asked. Of course, that's a guy that not even the peak divine lord would dare to casually provoke, but you have your ways in detail. Wu Ji laughed. He no longer felt that it was strange for Qinxiang to have done so many shocking things. Qinxiang thought about it and decided to cultivate the ground-suppressing immortal elephant's divine soul first. He felt that since the qilin was bred by a divine beast, it would definitely be able to restrain the qilin. Elder Wu, I need to absorb enough auras to cultivate my divine soul. It would be better if I can go there to cultivate. Qinxiang asked again. He was not in a hurry to find the qilin's divine soul yet. Wu Ji pondered for a while, then said, Go and ask Elder Dai after staying in Everlasting Mountain for so many years. He has the best understanding of Everlasting Mountain. Qinxiang immediately understood that if he wanted to absorb Earth Qi inside the W-A-N-G ancient heavenly star, he would have to go to the Everlasting Mountain. The reason why the Everlasting Mountain was built on top of it was definitely related to the gigantic Everlasting Mountain. Qinxiang went to look for Dai Donggong, who was giving lessons to his disciples. Qinxiang waited outside the hall for a while, and then finished teaching his disciples. Tell me inside. Dai Donggong brought Qinxiang into a secret room. C-2321. C-2321. Qinxiang had just sent a sound transmission to ask Dai Donggong about the matters of the Everlasting Mountain, because he wanted to secretly enter the Everlasting Mountain to cultivate. When Dai Donggong found out about this matter, his expression immediately became heavy. Then he brought Qinxiang into the secret room. Elder Dai, could it be that there is some huge secret hidden inside Everlasting Mountain? Qinxiang smiled and asked. He was only joking, but Dai Donggong nodded. The piece was actually real. The Everlasting Mountain actually had a big secret. What's that? Qinxiang frowned and asked, seeing Dai Donggong's expression. He knew that this matter was not simple. This matter can only be Pa-S said to the leader S. Our Everlasting Mountain-S are different from the other sects in the Heavenly Star realm. We have our own missions, but when it comes to my generation, we were reduced to such a state. Dai Donggong heaved a long sigh. Under the Everlasting Mountain, there is a mysterious Pa-S, sage that has already been sealed. I don't know who sealed it, but I asked my master, and he also didn't tell me. Isn't the sect called Everlasting Mountain created by your master? Other than him, who else would it be? Qinxiang asked. That seal is very strong. It is most definitely not something my master wrote. Although I am not a formation master, I am able to tell. Dai Donggong said, but I think that it was the undead divine race who did it. I asked Elder Wu before, but he did not know about it. Should we call Elder Wu over to tell us about this? Asked. There is actually a Pa-S, sage beneath the Everlasting Mountain, and it was sealed up by a strong seal. Dai Donggong nodded, took out his communication jade symbol paper, and sent a message to Wu Ji. Wu Ji quickly rushed over and entered the secret room. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Wu Ji asked as soon as he entered. There is something about the bottom of Everlasting Mountain. Dai Donggong briefly told the truth to Wu Ji. To think that there's such a thing. I am clear about most of the undead divine race's matters. There is no reason why I would not know such an important matter. Wu Ji said in shock. You are suddenly transmitted to Qinxiang. When I was very young, I seem to have heard my grandfather and grandmother talk about a seal or something like that. They said that it would not last long and said that the 4 clans would have to unite to reinforce the seal again. Could it be that the 4 divine races placed a seal here? Qinxiang said in shock. I don't know. I need to see that seal before I can be sure. Yu Er said. Qin Xiang told Yu Er to him, and both Wu Ji and Dai Donggong were very surprised. If the 4 divine races joined forces to seal it, then there must be a very big secret hidden within. I know that when my master Pa-S said to me she had once instructed me several times to pay attention to that barrier. If anything went wrong, I would go find undead divine race. He also said that if Star Law Divine Realm faces annihilation one day, it would start from Everlasting Mountain. Dai Donggong said again, I am from the undead divine race. Don't tell me that I am not qualified to know. Wu Ji laughed bitterly. It seems that I can only go and find the elder of my undead divine race. Elder Dai, did you notice anything wrong with the seal? Qin Xiang asked. No, before I left the Everlasting Mountain, I went there once, but I didn't find anything abnormal. It was still the same as before, only I could enter the mysterious sealed area underneath the Everlasting Mountain. I would visit it every once in a while. Dai Donggong said, Tonight, I will bring all of you to have a look. Qin Xiang originally wanted to go to the Everlasting Mountain to cultivate, but who would have thought that such a thing would occur? The only elder left in undead divine race was Yu Er's grandmother. This elder definitely knew a lot about the seal. At night, Qin Xiang used the power of SPAC to open a spatial tunnel and arrived near the Everlasting Mountain with Dai Donggong and the others. Dai Donggong brought Qin Xiang and Wu Ji and walked through an extremely secretive tunnel. This was the path to the bottom of Everlasting Mountain, and only the leader knew that he did not pass S on his position when he left the Everlasting Mountain, so only he knew of these secrets. Purple Yuan sacked Senegai, and now that he has become Everlasting Mountain, he has even brought a group of disciples to place them in Everlasting Mountain. Dai Donggong laughed and said, Disciples of the Purple Yuan sect S are not weak either. They think that since the Everlasting Mountain S have been taken over by the Purple Yuan sect, the Everlasting Mountain S must listen to them. Right now, they are even more unreasonable than the people in the Danji, Dinsti, Toot, and the Elder's Courtyard. Those inner court disciples have had a hard time. Qin Xiang laughed. At the end of the Pa-S, sage was a door. Dai Donggong said, This place can also be considered to be a part of the barrier. My master said it before. Even if it is him, it would be difficult to enter. Qin Xiang nodded, touched the door, and then used the power of SPAC. He wanted to teleport in, but he encountered an extremely strong resistance. Truly powerful, the SPAC is tightly sealed. Qin Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to look and couldn't help but take a deep breath. In front of him, there were actually over 100 enchantments, layer after layer, arranged extremely ingeniously and profound. Dai Donggong took out a multicolored bead and used it to lightly knock on the stone door. The position and number of times he knocked were all different, and it took him a short while to finish it. Going in is very complicated. Even with your bead, I don't know the steps of knocking on the stone door, but I can open it. Qin Xiang said, Yes, we can go in now. Dai Donggong gently pushed, and the stone door opened. This method of opening was also very mysterious. After entering, Dai Donggong hastily closed the door and said, Right now we are at the bottom of Everlasting Mountain. In front of us is the Great Ceiling Formation. This was a very SPAC underground world, around the size of 10 plazas. In the middle, there was a huge circular platform that was half a meter tall, and on it there were all kinds of colorful clouds, which were emitted by the spirit grain sealed above. As he approached, Wu Ji, who was proficient in formation techniques, immediately exclaimed, It's actually this seal, it's too terrifying. Elder Wu, what kind of seal is this? You know it. Dai Donggong asked quickly. I've read a simple description in the ancient books in my clan. It's about the same as this. Wu Ji said, This seal was not set up by our 4 clans, but was set up by the Earth's core divine spirit. Earth's core divine spirit. Chen Xiang was not unfamiliar with this Earth's core divine spirit. It was just a guy who raised earthly beasts everywhere. It was an extremely mysterious and extraordinary existence. This seal is no trivial matter. There must be some powerful object sealed below. Maybe the mission of the 4 divine races is to protect this seal and reinforce it regularly, not allowing the power of the seal to weaken. Wu Ji sighed. But there aren't many clan members in our undead divine race anymore. For such a powerful seal, we need to use the power of our entire clan. C. 2322. C. 2322 Qinxiang and the others did not know what this mysterious seal was, but they were certain that it was extremely dangerous. If they were to release it, it would definitely become dangerous. Otherwise, the 4 divine races would not specially look after it. My master said that a Pa-S sageway is sealed inside. If that's the case, then something powerful must have escaped from this Pa-S sageway. Dai Donggong said, if this thing were to come out, it will bring destruction to the Star Law divine realm. Chun Xiang frowned. Undead divine race is already in this state. Can you still reinforce the seal? Wu Ji shook his head. I don't know, but it looks like I have to find the elders of our undead divine race. Only they know about this. Okay, go ahead. Leave everything in the villa to me during this period of time. Dai Donggong said, Leader, if you want to absorb earth chi for cultivation, I am afraid this place is not suitable for you. Elder Wu, you should know a place that can absorb earth chi better, right? Every single heavenly star has their own best place to absorb them. For example, the W, A, and G ancient heavenly star S are all everlasting mountain S, and the purple Yuan heavenly star S are all occupied by the major powers in the purple Yuan sect. Wu Ji said, Leader, if you want to absorb it faster, then you can only go to purple Yuan heavenly star. It is impossible for everlasting mountain now. There was such a terrifying seal at the bottom of everlasting mountain. Of course, Qin Xiang wouldn't dare to mess around here. To the Purple Yuan sect? It would be good to go there and see if there is a chance to learn more about the Purple Yuan sect. This might be the big enemy that appeared on the day we established our sect. Qin Xiang said he was currently preparing himself. As long as he could train to a certain level of strength, he would definitely be able to give them a higher profile when he has a few peak divine Lord S on his side. Dai Donggong still had a lot of bone level Dan, so there was no need for it right now. For the time being, he did not need to refine anymore and could go to Purple Yuan Heavenly Star to cultivate in peace. Elder Dai, you have to discipline your disciples and do not let them cause trouble everywhere. Everything has to be done in a low profile. And if Jing Zhe and Jing Zhe are free, you have to let them walk around and see if they can purchase some valuable divine medicine. Qin Xiang said, All right, don't worry. I will take care of this place. Dai Donggong nodded. After Qin Xiang returned with them to the Tsang Cloud City, they used the Tsang Cloud City's transmission array to travel to the distant purple Yuan Heavenly Star. Had previously asked Wu Ji and his sister for some Shen Yuan Stone S to buy some jade plates before entering the Purple Yuan Heavenly Star. The Purple Yuan Heavenly Star was much more lively than the W, A, N, G Ancient Heavenly Star. When Chen Xiang arrived at a city called Z Yuan Tian City, the people inside were much more powerful than the W, A, N, G Ancient Heavenly Star, and it was also very crowded. From this, it could be seen that the Purple Yuan Heavenly Star was much more powerful than the W, A, N, G Ancient Heavenly Star. Although the pills here were similarly under the control of the Purple Yuan sect, the Purple Yuan sect often sold all kinds of common divine pills. Because there were many people in the Purple Yuan Heavenly Star, the bone-level Danes here would often be sold as well. Wu Ji had also told him before that the small and medium-sized forces in the Purple Yuan Sect Alliance would always get their hands on the bone-level Danes to provide them with pills. Purple Yuan Sect is near this Z Yuan Sky City. If you head out from the other city gate, you will see a large mountain shrouded in purple mist. That mountain should be the Purple Yuan sect. Yu Er said. After Chen Xiang strolled around Ziyuan Sky City for a while, he headed towards the mountain range. When he walked over, it was exactly noon, and after the purple mist in the mountain range absorbed the strong sunlight, it turned into a purplish gold color. It looked extremely beautiful and mysterious, causing people to constantly sigh in admiration. These mountains should have absorbed a special and powerful energy, and then were released through a formation formed by nature by the Great Tao. Only then did they become like this. The Violet Yuan Mountain is also a treasure land for cultivation, but the entire mountain range is occupied by the Purple Yuan sect, and it is said that there are still some genius treasures that have yet to be discovered. Yu Er said, "There really is a treasure inside." When Chen Xiang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up and he laughed. "Looks like this time I am not only going to cultivate the soul of the subduing earth divine beast, I am also going to look for a treasure. I just heard about it, that's all. I even heard about it when I was in the Star Law Divine Realm. So many years have said now, is there still anyone here?" Yu Er laughed. "If you can't find it, then won't you say that I lied to you?" After Chen Xiang teleported a few steps, he arrived at the barrier enchantment outside the mountain range. The entire huge mountain range was covered by the Purple Yuan sect's powerful barrier, preventing outsiders from entering. This Purple Yuan sect is pretty amazing. This formation can actually seal SPAC I can't teleport in. Outside the invisible barrier, Chen Xiang looked at the purple cloud floating in the air. He had to use other ways to enter the mountain range. The Purple Yuan sect was quite strict, and this barrier was also very stable. It could be seen that the Purple Yuan sect had a very solid foundation that allowed them to have a grandmaster of setting up such a powerful formation. These powers are still very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to destroy the undead divine race. Yu Er said, "You must not underestimate this Purple Yuan sect. If the entire divine dragon race were to fight with him, it is not certain who would win. Although I am not human, I must say that when humans reach the late stage of cultivation, I will be much stronger than us God-race beasts. Humans were born weak, and we, the God-race and the beasts, had great strength the moment we were born. So it is relatively easy for us to advance in cultivation. And every time we make a breakthrough, every bit of increase in strength requires us to work a lot harder than we do. So when we reach the later stage of peak divine lord, the strength that humans displayed was extremely terrifying. Humans had a tough time cultivating, which made them very strong. In addition, there were a lot of humans and a lot of strong warriors. They were not as few as those DS or beasts. In order for humans to be strong, they had all sorts of methods, and the most powerful one was pill refining. The D-race was born with great strength, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast, so there was no need in this aspect. Humans were different, so they were forced to refine pills. In the later stages of the game, the D-race would become weaker, but the humans that walked up step by step would become very scary, and the mad humans would become even more scary. For example, the peak divine lord that sought to live forever exterminated them. Chen Xiang did not need to teleport into the Ziyuan mountain range. He could only go in through the main entrance. When he arrived at the main entrance, there was a very Sias Plaza, and many people were selling things there. Chen Xiang had wanted to go over to pick up a loophole, but who knew that when he walked over, he would see that the people who set up the stalls had all packed their stalls. What's going on? I was like, this the moment I came here. Could it be that the word D of pests is written on my face? Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. See, 23. See, 23. Although Chen Xiang saw that the people had packed up their stall, they did not leave. Chen Xiang knew that something must have happened. They must have stayed here to watch the show. He walked over to ask around and found out that Purple Yuan sect's new leader daughter was having a match at the groom search compet. 1 Tian. After all these people packed up, there were immediately people from Purple Yuan sect who came out to build a contest ring. Isn't it Purple Yuan sect's daughter that is competing in groom search? Where's the sis? Chun Xiang looked around, but did not see Purple Yuan sect's daughter coming up. Brother, stop looking. The daughter of leader Ziyuan will not come out. The person who comes out to accept the challenge is the eldest disciple of leader Ziyuan. One of them said, I can tell that you have just arrived at Purple Yuan Heavenly Star. This Ziyuan leader actually brought out his own daughter in order to increase his prestige. Although this old man has never seen him, I heard that his daughter is extremely good. She has over 90 divine deity, and her beauty is like that of a flower and jade. She is very attractive. An old man laughed and said, However, don't even think about going up on stage. Not everyone is qualified to challenge us. Why? Chen Xiang asked. Isn't he supposed to be facing everyone? If that's not the case, then he shouldn't be putting on such a show. Of course it's for everyone. Merely, there are conditions for one to challenge others. Every day, there are only 3 challenge slots. All of them will be obtained through bidding. The old man said, That's fine too. Is there anyone who would like to partake? 1. P8 in the auction? Qin Xiang laughed. Of course there are. Furthermore, all of them are auctioned with Zhongping bone, level Dan S. These past few days, the highest bidder was over 50 pellets. Of course, those partake. 1. P. Aiding in the groom. Search compet. 1. Taiyan are the young masters of the N. O. Bli families. The old man laughed. If we can defeat the head disciple of the Purple Yuan sect, he would be worthy of being the daughter of leader Zi Yuan. Qin Xiang touched his chin. He was the one who killed the former Zi Yuan leader. The weak one was not him who killed the old leader. When was there a need for the new leader to come on stage? He felt that he was the benefactor of the new leader. But in order to establish his might, the new leader had issued the order to kill him no matter what it took. Right now, I am Purple Yuan sect's greatest enemy. If I become Zi Yuan leader's son-in-law, just the thought of it makes it feel good. Chun Xiang laughed in his heart, and then squeezed into the crowd and headed towards the auction area. There were many luxurious tables and chairs, and on top of them were dishes and wine. Now, there were also some handsomely dressed young masters in succession. If they could become kin with Zi Yuan leader, their power and status would instantly increase by a lot. Which family are you from? The area was surrounded, and someone stopped Qin Xiang at the entrance. I'm not from any family. You don't seem to have any rules about having a sect or family to partake. 1 P8 in it. Qin Xiang laughed. We do not have any rules, but you must have the ability to partake. 1 P8 in the auction. The guard said, Is that enough? Qin Xiang took out 20 Zhongping bone level Dan S. Come in. The guard saw the 20 Zhongping bone level Dan and immediately let Qin Xiang in. A person who could take out 20 Zhongping bone level Dan S was definitely not an ordinary person. Qin Xiang sat on a very comfortable chair, picked up the food on the table and started to eat. On top of the table, there were many delicious fruits and dishes. He really is a talent with the newly ascended Zi Yuan leader. He actually used his own daughter to earn quite a lot of Zhongping bone level Dan. Yue praised. Look at the H, O, R, and Y students around us. I can't wait to step on that big disciple and marry that Ziyuan leader's beloved daughter. Qin Xiang laughed. Generally, there are young faces, and strength is only that. Looks like there are rules stating that partake. 1 P. Ants must have young looks. Someday I will get a pill formula and concoct a divine pill that can recover young looks. It will definitely be easy to sell, but it will be difficult to change those old fellows' powerful bodies. In the past, he had also refined pills to restore his youthful appearance, but that only applied to the weaker cultivators, while the strong bodies of the people in Star Law Divine Realm had aged over time. Furthermore, their bodies were extremely strong, and it would not be easy to reverse the situation. Of course, if it was possible to refine it, then those old men who couldn't bear the time and age would definitely buy it. Are you really going to marry this Zi Yuan leader's daughter? Yue smiled. You already have quite a few wives. It's not like I can't have any other wives. Which one of the people sitting here isn't a group of wives? Qin Xiang looked at the young masters who came to partake. 1 P 8 in the auction. When everyone was almost full, they started bidding for the groom. Search compet. 1 Tian. This time the first name list was 45 Zhongping bone level dan, the second was 40, and the third was seized by Qin Xiang. It was only 20 of them. Qin Xiang also did not expect it to be that little, but after hearing the discussions of the young masters around, he immediately understood, because the two fellows who and had the spots were very strong. If one of them could win against the head disciple of Purple Yuan sect, then the third spot would go to waste and Zhongping bone level dan would not retreat either. Therefore, no one felt that Qin Xiang had earned it, because it was very likely that he wouldn't even have the chance to go up the stage. After the 3 spots were confirmed, he announced some rules for the compet. 1 Tian and the compet. 1 Tian began immediately. The head disciple of the Purple Yuan sect was called Fang Zitian, and he knew that Fang Zitian had a lot of secrets regarding divine deity. He only knew that Fang Zitian was very strong and that he was a genius on the surface. Everyone thought that the Zi Yuan leader should marry his daughter, but the Purple Yuan leader wanted to use this opportunity to get some Zhongping bone level dan. During a battle, the barrier would not only prevent the aftermath of a fierce battle from being revealed, but at the same time it could also prevent the opponent from falling out. Thus, during a battle, the opponent would not fall off the stage, and the only choice was to beat him until he admitted defeat or to knock him out. Of course, if it was a bit more serious, it would be wasted. The first person to N-A-T-C. H the seat was the famous Qin family in Purple Yuan Heavenly Star. His name was Qin Profound, and he was the eldest son of the Qin family's patriarch. Now that the first round of battles had begun, Qin Xiang also wanted to take advantage of this to see Fang Zitian's strength. Earlier, he used the perception demon eye to look at it, and only saw that Fang Zitian had 100 divine deity, which was very blurry, that if the other party used the power of his bones in battle, he would be able to see it more clearly. Purple Yuan Heavenly Star is indeed strong. The 2 young fellows both have 100 G. Oh, DS level S, I wonder how high their bones are. I am still unable to see it clearly. Qin Xiang also looked at it very seriously. C 23, 24. C 2320 for the moment the battle started. Qin Profound's fists released a golden divine power, but Fang Zitian used his extreme speed and instantly appeared in front of Qin Profound, throwing out a palm strike. Qin Profound also threw out a punch, striking Fang Zitian's palm. Boom! The clash between the two had been very intense. Even with the barrier, it was obvious that they could still feel the vibrations. Qin Profound lost. Qin Xiang had already seen how much bones Fang Zitian and Qing Xian had just now. Why are you so sure that it looks like they are only evenly matched? Yu said. S arm, which struck out, had all of the bones inside broken. Right now, his arm can still move, which is supported by the divine power. Qin Profound is also very strong, possessing 8 bones. However, that Fang Zitian has 9 bones. He is a peak divine lord. Qin Xiang said to Yue, "What? I never thought that after leaving Star Law Divine Realm, I would develop so quickly. There are so many young people like him." Yue exclaimed in surprise. Looks like Leader Ziyuan is intentionally making this up to swindle Zhongping Bone, level Dan, out of this groom. Search compet. 1 Tian. I wonder how his daughter would feel. His daughter grew up with Fang Zitian, and the two of them have a pretty good relations. HI plus P. It's very likely that he will marry Fang Zitian in the future. Leader Ziyuan is truly sinister. Qin Xiang laughed. Then, do you have confidence in defeating Fang Zitian? If you win, won't they go back on their words? Yue asked. I don't know. In short, I've won. The Z Yuan leader's daughter is my woman. If she goes back on her words, I'll lock her up. Qin Xiang laughed. Although one of Qin Profound's arms had been crippled, he had used his divine power to support himself for so long, which was already considered not bad. This allowed Qin Xiang to understand how strong the small and medium-sized forces of the purple Yuan heavenly star were. For the son of a patriarch to be so powerful, the patriarch must be the peak divine lord. I've lost. Qin Profound suddenly said. His forehead was full of perspiration. His bones had been broken in many places, and all his internal organs were injured, but he was just holding on, and did not vomit blood nor scream, which was why the others did not know about the situation. However, Qin Xiang knew that he could see quite a bit of things through his Dao heart eye. There wasn't the slightest injury on Fang Zitian's body, and the fight between him and Qin Profound just now was merely a warm-up. Although he was only able to see one more bones compared to Qin Profound, his strength was actually a lot stronger. Qin Profound seemed to already know that Fang Zitian was peak divine lord, which was why he gave up so decisively. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, he would lose even more. Now it was the second time for him to go up on stage. This time he was the son of a leader from a stronger sect named Wei Zhanqing, who was also from the 100G DS level. After all, he had personally witnessed how Qin Profound lost, and he felt that his strength was about the same as Qin Profound's. Even when Qin Profound lost, the other party did not bring out their true strength. After Qin Profound walked down the stage, he took a few divine pellets, but he did not leave. He sat down and watched the battle. On one hand, he wanted to digest the divine pellets to heal his injuries, and at the same time he wanted to see how strong Wei Yanji was. In the beginning, Fang Zitian had the chance to make the first move, but he did not move. When he attacked, Qin Xiang was also shocked. Wei Yanji looked like he was afraid and cowardly, but the way he attacked was extremely quick and violent, without a trace of what he looked like just now. This caused many people to curse in their hearts. His pair of eyes became extremely sharp, he released many shadows, and like a gust of wind, he blew towards Fang Zitian. On his hands, rainbows flowed out, as if sword chi was spewing out, making people feel as if he had turned into a sword. Humph! Fang Zitian was a little angry, possibly because the forward guard pretended to be weak, which was why he was angry. Wei Yanji had only just approached Fang Zitian when he was sent flying by the divine strength of Fang Zitian's palm strike cross. Plussing into the barrier and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Admit defeat. Seeing that Wei Zhanqing was admitting defeat, he immediately retracted his palm power. Just as the palm power was about to strike Wei Zhanqing's body, it was suddenly repelled. At this point, they had more or less guessed Fang Zitian's strength. After all, today's battle between Fang Zitian and Wei Zhanqing were both relatively strong. There was only one possibility for Fang Zitian to be so much stronger than them, and that was that Fang Zitian was peak divine lord. Wei Zhanqing took a deep breath, and his face was filled with fear. If he had been hit by another palm just now, he would have surely needed a very long time to recover from his injuries. His injuries were much heavier than Qin Profound's, and he couldn't go back for a while. He hurriedly swallowed a few healing pellets, which would make him look much more energetic when he went back home. It was Qin Xiang's turn. Here, Qin Xiang was the first to know how strong Fang Zitian was, but he still walked over. When Qin Xiang came here, he did not hide his cultivation level, because the 95 divine deity on him was nothing in the eyes of many. Within the purple Yuan heavenly star, there were many hundred DS level S. Thus, everyone could feel the energy fluctuations from the 90-odd divine deity on Qin Xiang's body. Everyone knew that he only had 90-odd divine deity on him, and the aura fluctuations on their bodies were all exposed when Wei Bingqing and Qin Profound battled, so there were over 100 of them. Since the two of them were not able to beat Qin Profound, then there was no point in thinking about the 95% of divine deity that Qin Xiang had. Everyone only felt that since Qin Xiang had won the placing with the Zhongping Bone level Dan, he would have to go up and try even if he lost. Of course, Qin Xiang was just an, body and those who had partic. 1. P aided in the compet. 1. Tian just now were all more or less famous. The only thing they had never heard of was Qin Xiang. Who are you? Fang Zitian asked, because he recognized all the young masters below. But this Qin Xiang looked unfamiliar. I am Yun Fei from the Nine Heaven School. Qin Xiang said with a light tone. Nine Heaven School, where are you? Fang Zitian asked. In his opinion, a power that could take out 20 Zhongping Bone level Dan was definitely not simple. On a very distant Earth stage stars right now, it's just a small sect. Qin Xiang laughed. It's normal for you to not have heard of it. At this moment, Qin Xiang was also a bit pressured because he could not use heavenly magic sword S during battles. This would greatly weaken his strength, and he had previously used these two things to easily harvest the lives of many strong people. See 23:25. See 23:25. Fire Heaven and Iceland. When Fang Zitian saw that Qin Xiang only had 90-odd divine deity, he felt a lot more at ease. He had only fought 3 matches a day, and he could already earn quite a lot of Zhongping Bone level Dan S. He felt very satisfied. Qin Xiang stared at Fang Zitian's eyes. Using the special power of the bones in his eyes, he could see that among Fang Zitian's divine sensi, there was a purple-colored land of ice and snow. Fire Heaven Ice. This guy cultivates the fire and ice G. D power, and he also used the purple Yuan Sex power technique to make the G. D power contain a bizarre and powerful purple energy. Qin Xiang was secretly surprised. This Fang Zitian was not weak at all. Fang Zitian was also the new chief disciple. His master had just become a new purple Yuan sect, and he immediately went to challenge the chief disciple. Before he became the chief disciple, he was also quite famous. It was just that those young masters did not know that he had hidden his skills so deeply and actually had the cultivation level of the peak Divine Lord. Qin Xiang currently only had 95 Divine Deity S, which was slightly less than the opponent's, but his bones was actually 16, so he felt that he would definitely not be weaker than the opponent. He had 7 more bones S than the opponent, and he had only fought against peak Divine Lord with his bare hands before. Therefore, this was a good opportunity to see his own strength. Begin! A middle-aged man below the stage shouted. Qin Xiang had already ACCU, mulat his divine power a long time ago, so he immediately charged over. He did not use any spatial energy, but rather used the strange, shrinking step. The stage was not big, and using the shrinking step allowed them to teleport. Seeing his terrifying speed, everyone could not help but be shocked. They had initially thought that Qin Xiang would lose from the start, but they never expected that Qin Xiang would not be weak either. Fang Zitian originally planned to let Qin Xiang attack first while he took the hit himself, but when he saw Qin Xiang's speed, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He also hurriedly moved forward and felt that Qin Xiang was a threat to him. This all happened in a very short period of time, so it looked like 2 people moving at the same time. His palm was filled with purple energy, and a ball of purple light appeared at the center of his palm. After flash, plusing explosively for a moment, he appeared in front of Qin Xiang. It's ice, the scorching sun, heavenly elephant. Qin Xiang felt a cold energy approaching him. His body started to circulate heavenly spirit kung fu as fast as possible on Li's. Plusing the scorching sun, heavenly elephant, causing his body to glow with fire, becoming extremely hot. The ball of purple cold air that Fang Zitian had released did not hit Qin Xiang. Although Qin Xiang had used the scorching sun, heavenly elephant, he still stepped on the shrinking step and tried his best to avoid it. Although Qin Xiang dodged it, his arm was still touched by the ball of purple light. He had already used the scorching sun, heavenly elephant, But when the purple energy Pa-S said bye, he still felt a bone-chilling coldness. This guy definitely hasn't become a peak divine lord for a day or two. He has already become a peak divine lord for a very long time. Qinxiang was shocked. The other party's Ice G-O-D power was transformed from the divine deity in his body at the same time, and when the G-O-D power rushed out from the divine Sensi, it smoothly and quickly transformed into this kind of terrifying, icy cold power. After entering the realm of peak divine lord, it was difficult to increase it, and the only way to increase it was to continue purifying the power inside the divine Sensi. The purer the power of divine Sensi was, the stronger it would become after it was transformed. Qinxiang had fought with a lot of strong warriors before anyways, so he understood a little about it. He actually dodged it. Fang Zitian never thought that Qinxiang's reaction would be so quick. Only by knowing that he would attack in advance would he be able to avoid it, which seemed to be something that could only be done with a keen intuition and accurate judgment. Everyone was shocked. Fang Zitian's sudden attack just now was unexpected, but Qinxiang had expected it and avoided it dangerously. In reality, the sudden attack just now was also Fang Zitian's sudden decision. That was why his attack seemed to be very sudden, and his angle of attack was also strange, but he could still attack accurately, only that Qinxiang dodged it. After the ball of purple light that Fang Zitian shot out landed on the ground, it turned into purple mist and did not erupt with any large fluctuations, because when Fang Zitian saw that Qinxiang had dodged the attack, he immediately retracted his power, showing how rare and powerful he was. It's a little tricky, I met an old fox, Qinxiang thought. He took a step and appeared behind Fang Zitian in the blink of an eye. When he was using the shrinking step, it was as if he had teleported, but this time he was even faster. In just half a blink of an eye, Qinxiang had flashed behind Fang Zitian and struck out with his fist at the same time. Everyone saw that at the same time Qinxiang suddenly flashed behind Fang Zitian. A ball of flame suddenly shot out from Qinxiang's fist. The aura was like a falling star in the sky. The immense pressure and scorching power released by him through the barrier on the stage was extremely shocking. This was because Qinxiang clearly only had 90-odd divine deity, yet the power he displayed was actually this terrifying, causing people to have to suspect whether or not he possessed bones. It was not impossible, it was just that there were very few of them, and there had even been no records of them. Usually only after cultivating to the 100G. DS level, one would be able to cultivate the 9 bones, but it was not impossible. Everyone felt that if Qinxiang truly had 9 bones, then his strength would not be too far off from Fang Zitian's. In the later stages of the compet, 1. Tie-in, the difference in divine deity being only a few would not be a big deal, but the difference in bones by one would be like heaven and earth. The instant that Qinxiang unleashed the meteor immortal power, it smashed onto Fang Zitian's body. Although Fang Zitian was unable to dodge it, his body had self-made the defense. Boom! Countless numbers of purple-colored ice crystals flew in all directions. In that instant just now, Fang Zitian's body had congealed into ice, and he wanted to use this place to block Qinxiang's attack. After the purple light exploded, the purple ice crystals splattered all over the stage, but Fang Zitian's arm had actually disappeared. Fang Zitian's face turned ugly. Just now, Qinxiang's punch had struck his shoulder, and he had frozen his body into ice, so when his arm received the fierce attack, it instantly exploded. Qin Profound, who was at the peak of Peak Divine Lord, actually suffered such a loss, to actually have one of his arms broken by a nameless cripple. Qinxiang used the Dao Heart Eye to look at Fang Zitian and discovered that a purple object had suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Could it be? When Qinxiang saw it, he raised both fists and released 2 meteor immortal power S that roared forward like dragons and tigers. C-23-26. C-23-26 Qinxiang's 2 waves of meteor immortal power instantly said through. When they struck Fang Zitian's body, they only heard a roar from Fang Zitian. followed by a purple light that flared up from Feng Zitian's body. Qin Xiang was suddenly hit by a burst of purple aura. Such a strong guy. He's going to risk his life. Qin Xiang was shocked. It would be best if he prepared with all his strength. Don't even think about winning against me. Feng Zitian's body flickered with a purple light. His broken arm had actually been reborn, and this was what Qin Xiang had seen with the Dao Heart eye. Feng Zitian actually had such a terrifying regenerative ability. Everyone exclaimed repeatedly. This was Feng Zitian's true strength. Feng Zitian's body flickered with a purple light. As though he was wearing a purple armor, he looked extremely mighty, his face was gloomy, and he looked extremely angry, because no one had ever forced him to do something like this. Feng Zitian knew that if he lost today, the daughter of the Zi Yuan leader would marry into someone else. He had taken a fancy to it long ago. He definitely could not let anyone else steal it. Quite impressive. Qin Xiang chuckled. He can actually block 2 of my punches, and nothing will happen to him. Humph. The more formidable ones are yet to come. Feng Zitian sneered, then suddenly shot 2 purple lights at Qin Xiang's chest. This fellow actually knows such a move. Qin Xiang was shocked, and the 2 scorching rays of purple light pierced through his chest. Pride Pill G. Oh, D. 2326. After his heart was penetrated. Feng Zitian laughed madly. Blinking his eyes, he continuously shot out purple rays of light that penetrated Qin Xiang's head, abdomen, legs, and arms. Everyone watched dumbstruck. The move that Feng Zitian used just now was too sinister. He actually released such a terrifying, penetrating power from his eyes. Everyone felt that Qin Xiang was very pitiful. He originally had a bright future, but now that his body had been turned into a hornet's nest, all of the bones on his body had definitely been destroyed. Table of contents. Didn't you say that it is forbidden to kill people? This fellow has even made a hole in my head. Aren't you afraid of killing me? No, I don't think so. Even such a scary guy with his head chopped off on one side would be able to live like this. Look at this Yun Fei, his eyes are still rolling. This guy isn't using the bones of the eyes, he is only using a cultivation technique like the permeable heart demon eye. Even though it looks scary, it won't be that easy for it to pierce through my body. Qin Xiang could immediately tell that this Feng Zitian was more powerful, hiding such a powerful move, just to catch him off guard. Earlier, everyone had seen Qin Xiang's body being penetrated by the beams of purple light, but now everyone could see that he was fine. This was because Qin Xiang had just used cloud and cloud constellation to make his body look like clouds. Even if he was beaten into a hornet's nest, he wouldn't be harmed. You're fine. Feng Zitian saw through it and was immediately shocked. He could see that Qin Xiang had used some kind of sacred art and altered the structure of his body to block this kind of attack. The heavenly spirit Kung Fu was one of the 4 great taboo magic S. Of course, it wouldn't be inferior to him. The hole on Qin Xiang's body was repaired quickly. The scattered mist only needed to return. Of course I'm fine. After Qin Xiang finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed with red light as countless threads of red light burst out, penetrating Feng Zitian's body. Feng Zitian let out a blood-curdling scream. The thread that was released from Qin Xiang's eyes earlier had broken all the meridians in his body. His bones, organs, and even his internal organs had been pierced through and squeezed out. Just you wait. Feng Zitian's body flickered with a purple light. He was using the regeneration ability, but Qin Xiang would not give him the chance. Qin Xiang was also very shocked by Feng Zitian's regeneration technique. But with Feng Zitian's body being damaged so heavily, it would take some time to regenerate. When Qin Xiang teleported over, Feng Zitian was still using the power of regeneration to repair his body. He knew that Qin Xiang had arrived, but he wasn't worried, because he knew that he just needed to endure. Right now, he was condensing a large amount of power of regeneration. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, he could quickly regenerate. Pride Pill G. Oh, D2326. I would like to see how much power you have to regenerate. Qinxiang laughed mischievously as both of his palms struck forward violently. These were all bone-melting magic palm-s, and he struck Fang Zitian's body multiple times in an instant. Fang Zitian immediately collapsed to the ground. The bones in his body were all gone. Seeing Fang Zitian on the ground, everyone's scalps went numb. To think that there was actually such a strange technique that could directly remove all the bones in a person's body. Now was the time when Fang Zitian was at his weakest. He was about to lose. But because the rules forbid killing, he felt that as long as he didn't admit defeat, Qinxiang wouldn't be able to do anything to him. As long as he released the power of regeneration he stored up, he could recover. I won't give you a chance, Qinxiang said indifferently. Then he stared into Fang Zitian's eyes and used the bones in them to ACCU, mutilate power, and infiltrate into Fang Zitian's divine sense CS. The attack was formless, no one could see. It was an extremely terrifying divine sense attack. Because Chen Xiang had the bones in his eyes, he could store a very strange power. As long as he was at someone's most relaxed, he could use this power to attack someone else's divine sense. Fang Zitian screamed and fainted. Qinxiang did not do anything to him either. He had only attacked the divine soul inside the divine sense, causing him to temporarily lose consciousness. I knocked him out. I won, Qinxiang said to the elder in charge of the compet. One Tian. Many of the elders from the Purple Yuan sect walked onto the stage. No matter how they tried, they could not wake Fang Zitian up. Stop shouting. Even if he wakes up, I can make him lie down again. Qinxiang laughed. Your Purple Yuan sect won't go back on his words? I will beat this guy and quickly marry Purple Yuan sect's daughter to me. Even if Purple Yuan sect went back on his words, there was nothing he could do. Right now, he just had to see whether Purple Yuan sect would care about his reputation. If he was thick-skinned enough, with his strength, he could just drive Qinxiang away and nothing could do about it. However, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected, because there were many young masters who used many bone level Dan to partake. 1. P. 8 in the challenge. If they knew that they wouldn't be able to marry the daughter of leader Ziyuan, even if they won, they would definitely be extremely unhappy in their hearts. Originally, Purple Yuan sect thought that this groomed search compet. 1. Tian would be a foolproof game because Fang Zitian was very strong. Not only the peak divine lord, but he also had many powerful skills. But now, they had actually been defeated by Qinxiang. This kind of accident was something they had never expected before. This. Young master, you should go to our Purple Yuan sect to rest first. We have also notified the leader, and he will be coming to take care of this matter very soon. The elders were also dumbfounded. This kind of accident shouldn't have happened. C. 2327. C. 2327 Qinxiang was brought into the Purple Yuan sect, and at this time he also began to inspect the inside of the grounds. His goal in coming here was to cultivate the soul of a ground-suppressing immortal elephant. Fang Zitian had been defeated, and he had been utterly defeated. This matter quickly spread throughout the entire Purple Yuan Heavenly Star. At this moment, everyone was guessing whether or not Z Yuan leader would marry his daughter to A.N. body. Qinxiang laughed as he drank tea in a large hall in Purple Yuan sect. At this moment, there were two beautiful female disciples attending to him. The leader is here. A lady suddenly spoke out, reminding Qinxiang. Qinxiang also sensed a strong qi, and the newly ascended Ziyuan leader was called Su Dezhong. He was very surprised when he heard about this, then went to see the unconscious Fang Zitian, and discovered that Fang Zitian's divine sense Si had received a very clever attack, causing him to faint, but it did not cause too much damage. Su Dezhong had never encountered such a profound attack from a divine sense Si before. He was not too worried about Fang Zitian's injuries either. He knew that Fang Zitian possessed a terrifying regeneration ability, and as long as he regained his consciousness, he would be able to recover very quickly. After meeting Fang Zitian, Su Dazhong went to find his daughter again and told her about this matter. Then he came to look for Qin Xiang. "Good morning, leader." Qin Xiang stood up and said while grinning, H-E-L-Lo. That's right, even though your divine deity hasn't reached 100. You're already so powerful. Your future is limitless. Your future is limitless. Su Dazhong was like a middle-aged man, which also surprised him a little. He thought that these powerful big shots would all have white hair. 3. Pride Pill G. Oh, D2327 therefore. He immediately thought that this Su Dazhong should be from the second generation of peak divine lord, which was why he was so young. This meant that this Su Dazhong's strength might not be as strong as the Purple Yuan leader from before. When the previous Purple Yuan leader shouted for Dai Dongdong, he was always shouting for a little kid, but he was also killed by Chen Xiang, which was why Chen Xiang had such a feeling. Table of contents. Little brother, there's one thing that is difficult for me. Su Dazhong patted Chen Xiang's shoulders. Su Dazhong had a fat head and big ears. He did not look like someone threatening them, but instead was kind. He did not look like a leader. Is it because your daughter doesn't want to marry me? Chen Xiang laughed. Almost. But I, Su Dazhong, will definitely not go back on my words. Even if she doesn't want to marry, I will still marry her to you. Su Dazhong laughed. Chen Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Hearing Su Dazhong's words, he felt that his daughter might not be so good, or that she might have some other flaw. Ha! Su Dazhong laughed. Young man, what are you afraid of? Are you worried that my daughter is a monster? You agreed so readily, I'm really worried. Chen Xiang laughed. Chen Xiang being so easy to talk with caused Chen Xiang to be a little surprised. You don't have to be afraid. You know that Brat Fang Zitian is also not bad. He really likes my daughter. Su Dazhong lowered his voice and said, However, if you can defeat him, my daughter will be yours. Chen Xiang rubbed his chin and said, I keep having the feeling that your father is unreliable. How can you make such a trade with your daughter? Su Dazhong sighed. That's not what I wanted. In fact, it was my daughter's wish. She wanted Fang Zitian to challenge all the heroes of Star Law Divine Realm, and if he could not lose, she would marry Fang Zitian. If anyone agreed to Fang Zitian's request, she would marry that person. I was just plussing for a bit. Then what are we waiting for? Call your daughter out, she's mine. Chen Xiang snickered. But now she's gone back on her word. How about this? If you wait more than 10 or 20 years for me to give you another daughter, then I won't be breaking my promise. Su Dazhong's word stunned him. Chen Xiang was stunned for a while, then said, No, I want this one now. Is there no other way? Su Dazhong shook his head and sighed. No, I didn't know that she was just saying that back then, and Fang Zitian, and I took it seriously. I was tricked by this girl. Little brother, just promise me that I'll work hard and give birth to 2 of them. I guarantee that they will be my daughters. I don't want my reputation to be ruined. Pride Pill G. Oh, D2327. A woman like Fang Zitian isn't simple. I'm going to take her. Chen Xiang did not make any concessions. Su Dazhong thought for a while, then said, There is still a way. You said it earlier. The woman that Fang Zitian has his eyes on is definitely not an ordinary woman. Fang Zitian was raised by me, so my daughter is not weak either. If you can defeat her, maybe she will follow you. I'll talk to her again. Su Dazhong let out a silent sigh and sat down to drink his tea. He never thought that the newly ascended Purple Yuan leader would actually be such a wonder. Hey, don't forget what you're doing here. Are you really determined to take that fellow's daughter away? Yue laughed. Of course. I spent 20 divine deity and even defeated Fang Zitian in broad daylight. So, Su Dazhong's daughter is mine. Even if I have to flatten Purple Yuan sect, I will bring her away. This is a matter of principle. Chen Xiang drank his tea and waited patiently. An hour later, Su Dazhong came back again. He said with a beaming smile, "My daughter agreed. She said that as long as you pass her 3 tests, she will agree to marry you. Of course, if you fail, I will give you 2 daughters. It's rare to see a good son-in-law like you. I think you're much better than Fang Zitian. Of course, I'm much more handsome than him. What part of him can compare to me?" Chen Xiang laughed shamelessly. "Quickly, bring me to find your daughter." The Purple Yuan sect was huge, and there were purple flowers everywhere, making it look extremely beautiful. Chen Xiang followed behind Su Dezhong for a while before arriving at the entrance of a house. "My daughter is inside. You can go in by yourself. I won't go with you." After Su Dezhong finished speaking, he was about to leave, but was pulled by Chen Xiang by the back of his collar. "Why don't you come in with me?" Chen Xiang asked. "I'm afraid her test for you began when you came in the door. It was you who wanted to marry her, so of course you had to face her test yourself." Su Dazhong laughed. "Hey, you seem to be afraid of your daughter," Chen Xiang said. "I do not know anything about your daughter. I want me to become your son-in-law. At least you have to help me. She was born with this kind of terrifying and mysterious power. It was called the power of a curse. For example, if she says you will die, you will die. When she says that you're a turtle, you become a turtle. Other than that, she also knows some strange formations, and once you enter her formations, you will be very unlucky. I had already stepped into a formation before I became a dog, and had to change into a human for more than a month." When Su Dezhong talked about this matter, his eyes were filled with fear. "That's why I felt that you had to accept my other suggestion. Wait a while for me. I'll give birth to 2 normal ones for you." Hearing Su Dazhong's description of his daughter's ability, Chen Xiang was also filled with curiosity. This kind of ability could be considered very terrifying. "No, I want her." Chen Xiang immediately went to push the door, but Su Dazhong was already gone. See 23:28. See 23:28. Chen Xiang was only curious now, wanting to see how terrifying Su Dazhong's daughter was. To him, this challenge was just too exciting. Curse? It's not like I've never been cursed before, so there shouldn't be anything to be afraid of. Table of contents. Chen Xiang had been forced to use the tracing mantra by the L Devil Emperor before, and after tormenting him for a while, he managed to endure through it. After pus, plussing open the door, a burst of fragrance drifted in the air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. Before Chen Xiang even saw the inside, his mind was filled with a beautiful scenery. "Miss Su!" Chen Xiang called out softly, then looked at the inside of the courtyard, which was filled with beautiful flowers and jade-green trees. It looked like a small garden. Hearing Chen Xiang's voice, the little birds that were chirping away on the trees flew away, the bee flew. Turflies that were dancing in the flowers also flew away in fright. Chen Xiang did not get a response, and lightly shouted again, "Miss Su, are you here?" After entering the house, Chen Xiang gently closed the door, and then carefully walked on the cobblestone path in the garden. Just now, he had heard from Su Dezhong that his daughter liked to set up a curse array in this place. "I am here." The voice came from a pavilion not far away. There was a woman wearing a long, green dress there. Her back was facing Chen Xiang, and Chen Xiang could only see her beautiful long hair that was like a waterfall. Her hairpin had a golden turfly ornament on it. When she strummed the zither, this golden turfly ornament would flutter its wings, which was extremely eye-catching. "His back is not bad." Chen Xiang immediately evaluated. "Oh, right, I noticed this pavilion when I came in. No one was here just now. This woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. It's just too weird in the middle of the day." When Chen Xiang came in, he had observed carefully. The pavilion's construction was extremely exquisite, and he was more concerned with it, which was why he felt that it was strange. He immediately walked towards the pavilion. He did not sense any formation magic power here, so there was definitely no illusion formation or anything of the sort. Then how did this woman appear? If he were to use spatial force, then there would definitely be a slight fluctuation in S, P, A, C, and he would definitely be caught. Chun Xiang kept walking and thinking along the way. It was as if this woman had appeared out of thin air. But seeing her playing the zither seemed like she had been here for a long time. Chun Xiang arrived at the pavilion on his journey, here safely, and did not encounter any unusual happenings. He walked around the woman and carefully looked at her delicate and pretty face, which was just as Su Dazhong had said. His daughter was a rare beauty and had a unique charm. The lady was playing the zither seriously with her head down. What made Chun Xiang surprised was that although she saw the girl playing the zither, she couldn't hear anything. "I heard your name is Yun Fei." She raised her head and looked at Chun Xiang, her eyes flowing with electricity, causing Chun Xiang's heart to thump loudly. When the woman spoke, she had a warm and beautiful smile on her face. It wasn't as strange as her father had said. Chun Xiang was not confused by the lady's expression just now. The other party's tricks did not have much effect on him. He was extremely vigilant, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage. "Miss, what about you?" Chun Xiang asked again. "Su Yuqing." She smiled sweetly and said, "I'm afraid you are not called Yun Fei." "You're being dishonest. How do you know my name is not Yun Fei? You don't even know me. How can you be so sure?" Chun Xiang laughed. "You lied. People like you are used to lying, so it's hard to see where you're going, but I happen to see that you're lying." Su Yuqing chuckled. "If you want to marry me, but you aren't even willing to tell me your real name, your sincerity isn't enough. It doesn't matter if I'm called Yun Fei or not, no matter what my name is. I defeated Fang Zitian, so I'm your man." Chun Xiang laughed. "Didn't my father tell you? I have to accept 3 small tests from me before I can marry you." Su Yuqing laughed faintly. "The first test I'm giving you is to be honest with me. Can you do that?" Chun Xiang thought for a while, then nodded. "That won't be difficult." Su Yuqing chuckled. "Then can you tell me your real name now?" Chun Xiang scratched his head and said puzzledly, "Just because of this you wasted a test? My name is Chun Xiang." When Su Yuqing heard Chun Xiang's name, he chuckled, but it was unknown if she was surprised or what she was doing. "Is my name that funny?" Chun Xiang asked. "I just think that you are a very funny person, and your way of doing it is also very funny. Don't think that we don't know. The death of our previous Purple Yuan sect is related to you. We have long known about your alliance with Dai Donggong." Su Yuqing said, "You are the great enemy of our Purple Yuan sect, but you want to marry me." "But that's not contradictory, is it? You and your father don't have any deep grudges with me, so your father still has to be grateful to me. If I didn't kill your former leader, how could your father have his current status?" Chun Xiang curled his lips. "What's the second test?" "The second test is a bit difficult." Su Yuqing stood up. She was shorter than Chun Xiang by a head. Her eyes flashed with a mischievous light, and she laughed. "Go tell my father. You are Chun Xiang." It would be better to bring him here and tell him that I want to see his expression for myself. It's really a little difficult." Chun Xiang was startled and laughed. "But now, isn't it difficult for you?" Su Yuqing saw that Chun Xiang was still smiling and frowned slightly. "I just felt that it would be a bit more difficult to bring him here because he was afraid that you would die of fear. He heard that the last time he mistakenly touched your formation, he became a dog. There is a shadow in his heart." Chun Xiang said in a solemn voice, "I am thinking about how I can bring him here." Su Yuqing stared blankly for a while, and then let out a chuckle. The last time did indeed leave a deep impression on him. "It seems like it will be a little difficult for you to get him to come here. After Qin Xiang left the courtyard, he immediately went back the way he came and found Su Dezhong, who was singing loudly on top of a small hill. Like father, like daughter. Not a normal guy. Qin Xiang walked over, grabbed Su Dezhong, and without saying a word, dragged him using the shrinking step to rush to Su Youqing's courtyard. "Kid, what's wrong?" Su Dezhong asked in shock. "Before I finished singing, what had happened? You couldn't have been cursed by him to kill me, right? Your daughter wants me to take you to her place. This is a test." As Qin Xiang spoke, he teleported to the pavilion where Su Youqing was. See 23:29. See 23:29. When Su Youqing saw that Qin Xiang and her father suddenly appeared, and was even talking nonsense, she immediately understood that Qin Xiang had forcefully dragged his father here. She did not expect that Qin Xiang would arrive so quickly, and had only left for less than an hour. "Father!" Seeing that his father had arrived, Su Youqing stood up and greeted him. "Girl, why did you get him to bring me here? Your father is already old, and can't bear the torment any longer, so don't make things difficult for me anymore." Su Dezhong laughed bitterly. Su Youqing glanced at Qin Xiang with a smile in his eyes, and shot him a meaningful glance. "Senior Su, actually my real name is Qin Xiang. I am not Yun Fei." Qin Xiang said seriously. "What? Qin Xiang? Is he the one who killed our previous leader together with Dai Donggong?" Su Dezhong was shocked. "You little bastard, I'll kill you right now." Even though Su Dezhong said this, he did not make a move, because he saw that Qin Xiang was extremely calm. "Why didn't you run?" Su Dezhong asked. "Because I want to ask you, how did you know that I killed your former leader?" Qin Xiang felt that this matter was pretty secretive and that the Purple Yuan sect wouldn't know about it. At most, they only knew that it was Dai Donggong who did it. That guy's power jewel is a little special, and some images of him dying appeared in his power jewel. I saw them, and when I went to Everlasting Mountain to ask around, I knew it was you. Su Dezhong replied seriously. "I killed that guy, aren't you leader now?" Even though your previous leader looked very old, he could still hold on for a while. "If he didn't die, would you have reached where you are today?" Qin Xiang said. "That's right. If he doesn't die, then it's not my turn to go up on stage." Su Dezhong nodded. "I really don't understand. Purple Yuan sect is such a big sect. How did you manage to become a leader?" Qin Xiang laughed. "You don't look like a leader." "That's because you don't understand me well enough to underestimate me. Inside the Purple Yuan sect, there are a few factions, but I am the strongest. Although those fellows are all peak divine lord of the older generation, their overall strength is still inferior to mine." Su Dezhong said proudly. "Father, didn't you just want to kill him?" Su Youqing reminded. "Yes." As Su Dezhong said this, he rolled up his sleeves and then said, "This guy doesn't look that bad either. I'm quite satisfied with him. It's also not bad to be my son-in-law, even though it's someone I want to kill. I say, uncle, for you to be able to get to this kind of position, you definitely won't have such a short lifespan, since I was able to kill your former leader and even bring Dai Donggong down with me. What do you think of my potential?" Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and asked. With his bad temper, it would be difficult for him to join other powers, not to mention that he had to give up his position as leader, betray the Everlasting Mountain, and go against the sect his master created. "It looks like I've been cursed," Su Dezhong said. "This is my ability." Qin Xiang laughed. "Uncle, since you have yet to form a deep hatred with me, you shouldn't think about me anymore. Cooperation is the way of development. Didn't you say that earlier? Your Purple Yuan sect has a few factions, and the leaders of those factions are all the older ones. They can only fight you one-on-one if they were to join hands. Do you think you can handle them?" As Su Youqing listened from the side, he secretly praised Qin Xiang's methods. He actually wanted to rope in her father. Thinking about it, she also felt that Qin Xiang was very strong. To be able to defeat this arrogant Fang Zetian and even rope him in, She must have some kind of extraordinary place. If you offended such a person, then you must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. If you didn't offend him, then don't provoke him. You need an ally. If I marry your daughter, I will be your best ally. Qinxiang laughed. Sounds good. I'll spare your life. After Su Dazhong thought it through, he laughed out loud and patted Qinxiang's shoulder. Continue working hard. After you pass the test, my delicate daughter will be yours. I'm leaving. You guys continue. Su Dazhong walked very quickly, and after he walked out of the courtyard, he was still in a state of shock. The second test has been said. Qinxiang laughed. What's the next one? The last one is hard. You have to catch me. Su Yuqing said. Simple. Qinxiang walked over, and just as she was about to grab onto Su Yuqing's clothes, she unexpectedly grabbed empty air, and Su Yuqing also turned into a cloud that scattered away. Yuqing, where are you? If you don't appear, how can I capture you? Qinxiang shouted. This Su Yuqing actually had such a powerful ability. Wanting to capture her was not easy. This is a test. If you want to overcome the difficulty, do not worry. I will not run around in this courtyard. Her light voice echoed in Qinxiang's ears, but he was unable to determine where Su Yuqing was. Qinxiang immediately used the Dao Heart Eye. He felt that Su Yuqing must have grasped some powerful technique. If not, he would not have allowed her to have the power of the curse, as well as such a technique. She should not know that I have the Dao Heart Eye. Qinxiang was overjoyed because he saw Su Yuqing, who was currently in a patch of flowers in the courtyard. After seeing Su Yuqing, Qinxiang immediately used counterpower and also suddenly disappeared. Ever since he came back, this was the first time he used the counterpower. He also wanted to see if anyone in this star law divine realm could see through him. After Qinxiang unleashed her counterpower, Su Yuqing, who was wandering in the flower bush, was like a startled bird. Suddenly flying up, she did not expect Qinxiang to actually know such a technique that could make her disappear. It was rather similar to her ability first. I wonder if she can see me. After Qinxiang used the Dao Heart Eye to catch Su Yuqing, he immediately chased after him. Su Yuqing floated in midair, as if she was looking for Qinxiang's trace. She was unable to see Qinxiang, and she was currently using all kinds of abilities she possessed to check where Qinxiang was. S.P.A.C. seal. Using the power of S.P.A.C., Qinxiang sealed the small S.P.A.C. around Su Yuqing. Just when Qinxiang thought that he had succeeded, he realized that Su Yuqing, who had turned into a transparent mist, had actually escaped through his spatial seal. Su Yuqing was secretly shocked in her heart. Qinxiang's spatial energy was far stronger than she had expected. I understand. Qinxiang suddenly thought of something and felt that he would have to grab onto Su Yuqing very soon, because he could see through the method that Su Yuqing had used. C-2330. C-2330 Su Yuqing was currently flying around randomly, and she completely followed her own set of rules of the game. She said that she wouldn't fly out if she didn't run out of the courtyard, and she was flying around randomly right now, just to avoid being locked on by Qinxiang, because she already knew that Qinxiang could see her tracks. Understand what? Yu Er curiously asked. This isn't her true body, it's just her divine soul. And it's even a very strong divine soul, looking exactly the same as the original body. Qinxiang said, the divine soul can be controlled as and when the user wishes, and can transform into various things according to the user's wishes. It's just that this can only be accomplished within the divine sensei. The reason why she can do it now is because she has mastered a secret art. As long as her divine soul does not stray too far from her main body, she can also change as she pleases within the divine sensei. Qinxiang said, right now, she has already turned into a pile of fallen leaves, hiding inside of the pile of fallen leaves. Yue replied, that's actually divine soul? I didn't see it either. Is there any way to catch her? Of course there is. The best way to capture Divine Soul is to use the Divine Sense CS themselves. Looks like I have to get her into my Divine Sense C. Qin Xiang chuckled. At the same time, he was also thinking about Su Youqing's movements. After Su Youqing transformed into a fallen leaf, he floated along with the wind into a patch of GRA. S, and then he quietly turned into a small blade of GRA. SS. She thought that Chen Xiang would retreat in the end due to the difficulties he faced, but she didn't expect him to have so many methods. Otherwise, she would have set a time limit. That way, if Chen Xiang wasn't able to catch her within the time limit, she wouldn't be able to Pa SS. This move was also her greatest reliance. So after Chen Xiang had Pa S said her 2 tests earlier, she was extremely calm and collected. Of course, she didn't want to marry Qin Xiang, or even more importantly, she didn't want to marry anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to stir up so many troubles and create so many troubles for herself. But she felt that it was extremely dangerous now. If Chen Xiang really managed to Pa S her 3rd trial, she would have no choice but to brace herself and marry Qin Xiang. Although Su Youqing was unwilling, she had her principles and kept her promise. She had never gone against what she had said before. Moreover, Chen Xiang's overall conditions were pretty good. She felt that she could endure it. Just as Su Youqing was thinking, her eyes suddenly flashed, and she appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was not her own small courtyard. She came to a beach, and in front of her was a beautiful blue sea. White clouds floated in the blue sky for thousands of miles, and behind her was a beautiful sea of flowers. I got you. Qin Xiang smiled as he looked at her shoulder. Why did you change back? Su Youqing looked at her body. She had actually changed into a human form, and it was not something she could control. What exactly is this place? Could it be? Su Youqing was shocked. I'm in your Divine Sense C? Su Youqing looked around. She was currently on a beautiful small island, and in front of her was Lan Hai, who looked as far as she could see. Is this really your Divine Sense C? Su Youqing did not dare to believe that a strong person like Qin Xiang could actually be so calm that this kind of person would actually be someone who pursued a peaceful life. Qin Xiang nodded. Of course, he would not tell Su Youqing that he still had the 2nd Divine Sense C. In a sense, his 2nd Divine Sense C was his real Divine Sense C. I've grabbed your Divine Soul. Does this count as having Pa S? Said your test? Qin Xiang laughed. After all, I did not catch your true body. Su Youqing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It's considered Pa SS. How the HELL did you see me? And how did he find out that I used Divine Soul? Even my father couldn't tell. I accidentally learned a secret technique that allows me to see any form of energy, so I can see you. I didn't realize that you were using Divine Soul at the beginning, but your Divine Soul is indeed very unique. It is exactly the same as a real person's, and there are even some fluctuations of divine deity on your body. At this moment, Chen Xiang still could not understand how Su Youqing did it, because he could see that Su Youqing's Divine Soul contained bones within. If Divine Soul could produce a physical body and then cultivate a bones within the flesh body of the Divine Soul, wouldn't that be equivalent to him breaking through the limits of 9 divine deity? Then how did you figure it out? Su Youqing was very curious about this kind of secret technique that she had accidentally learnt. She planned to ask Qin Xiang about it in the future, since she could be considered Chen Xiang's wife now. I know you are changing, but when you are changing, there are no energy fluctuations. Furthermore, I can see that your energy is always in the same form. This is a phenomenon that only happens in Divine Sense CS, so I saw it. Once your Divine Soul leaves the Divine Sense C, you can do whatever you want within the Divine Sense C. Qin Xiang praised. Under Chen Xiang's control, Su Youqing's Divine Soul had also left Qin Xiang's Divine Sense C. Su Youqing's Divine Soul had also disappeared. Then, a house not too far away opened up, and Su Yuqing walked out. Her main body looked exactly the same as her divine soul. The main body has 8 bones and 5 bones. I wonder if she can use these bones at the same time. If she can, then her strength is not weak either. Qin Xiang was shocked. He suddenly became cautious. This was the person with the most bones he had met. You're suddenly afraid of me? Su Yuqing caught Qin Xiang's expression and frowned. Are you afraid of my power of curse? Or are you afraid that I'll go back on my word and kill you? You don't have to worry. I, Su Yuqing, will do as I say. You have already said my test, and I have also agreed to marry you. This. Yuqing, I have several wives already. I need to explain them to you. Qin Xiang coughed dryly and said, It's all right, I saw it earlier. Even though Su Yuqing said this, she merely snorted softly and asked, Are all of them very strong? He shouldn't be as strong as you, but he isn't weak either. I've been separated from them for a period of time. The next time I see them, they should be even stronger than before. Qin Xiang said. Su Yuqing walked over, circled around Qin Xiang, looked at him carefully and said, You're still wary of me. Why? I feel that you are the strongest person I have met since I came to the Star Law Divine Realm. This is purely my instinctual reaction. Qin Xiang said, truthfully. Why do you think so? Because of my power of curse? But when you saw me before, it wasn't like this. Did you discover something on my body? Su Yuqing asked. She cared more about this. That seemed to be her big secret. See, 2331. See, 2331 Qin Xiang had already said Su Yuqing's 3 tests, and Su Yuqing had just expressed that he would abide by his promise to be his wife. However, the 2 of them did not have any feelings for each other, and there was a gap between the 2 of them, so they lacked understanding each other. So when Qin Xiang saw that Su Yuqing was hiding a very powerful strength, he was secretly vigilant. Su Yuqing was also very sensitive, and could clearly feel that Qin Xiang was wary of her. Do you really want to say it? Qin Xiang laughed and took 2 steps back. I'm already your wife. Killing a husband is something I can't do. Su Yuqing snorted. There is a lack of trust between us. We need to communicate properly. All right, I just saw that your divine soul also contained bones. The amount of this bones is different from your body. Qin Xiang said. In other words, the number of bones you now possess far exceeds the limit of 9 bones. That's why I'm a little scared. This is purely an instinctive reaction. I'm not familiar with you right now either. Qin Xiang was actually a little worried that Su Yuqing would kill him because she didn't want to marry him, which was why he had been on guard. Sure enough, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could see this. Su Yuqing chuckled. Don't tell me you think that just because my bones has Serpa. Said 9 divine deity. I am already very powerful? So you're worried that I will kill you and break the engagement? Qin Xiang nodded. I did indeed think so. Su Yuqing suddenly pulled Qin Xiang's hand and laughed. If I want to kill you, there are many ways. Furthermore, that kind of barbaric way of killing isn't something that I'm good at. To be honest, I really hate seeing blood and dead people. If I want to kill you, I'll definitely let you die in secret. Qin Xiang forced a laugh. My little wife, you are really scary. Although he said that, he still held Su Yuqing's jade hand lightly and felt its softness and softness. Su Yuqing pouted playfully, then dragged Qin Xiang into the house. Qin Xiang was a little surprised, but this Su Yuqing actually didn't dislike him at all and seemed to easily accept the matter of marrying him. He thought about it for a bit and felt that he was pretty good, so it didn't matter if Su Yuqing took a fancy to him. Just as he was about to become narcissistic, Yueter suddenly said, This place is very scary. Qin Xiang immediately used the Dao Heart Eye to look around. He discovered that the surroundings were filled with a silvery white energy floating around everywhere, and there was a lot of it. Could it be the power of that curse? Qin Xiang was shocked. Su Yuqing told Chen Xiang to sit, then took out something to eat and give it to him. Seeing Chen Xiang being a little unnatural, Su Yuqing smiled and asked, "Did you see something else? This place seems to be filled with a strange energy. What exactly is this place?" Chen Xiang said he was not sure if that was the power of Su Yuqing's curse. Su Yuqing extended her jade palm in front of Chen Xiang and said, "Watch carefully." Chen Xiang looked at her palm and saw a ball of silver white light surging out from her palm. Feeling the light coming towards him, Chen Xiang didn't know why, but he suddenly felt an unspeakable pain. Unknowingly, he actually stood up, and after feeling that he had lost control of himself, his body instinctively released a force of resistance, allowing him to sit down. Just as he sat down, the white light aura around Su Yuqing's palm also disappeared. What happened just now? Chen Xiang came back to reality with a face full of shock. "You were just cursed by me. You are indeed powerful to be able to break my curse." Su Yuqing laughed, his eyes filled with praise. "That was a puppet curse. As long as you touch the power of it, you will be under my control. If it was someone who was weak, he would not be able to discover it. Furthermore, after I removed the power of the curse, he only thought that he had dreamt it and would not realize it. And you discovered it right after you started, so you were able to break through my power of curse." Chen Xiang said, "That means this is the curse power inside your house?" Su Yuqing laughed heartily. "This is only a method of self-defense. You don't have to worry. I will not hurt you. Furthermore, if I use the power of the curse on a person with a strong power like you, I will also lose a lot of energy." Chen Xiang was a lot more relaxed, although this Su Yuqing looked calm and refined. But Chen Xiang could feel the mischievousness deep inside her bones, which was why he was a little worried. "Did you cultivate this kind of power yourself?" "I have been cursed before, and that kind of curse didn't hurt me much, but it annoyed me a lot. What's called the tracing mantra. It meant that the person who used that curse on me will know where I am at any time." Chen Xiang said, "I heard that guy used this curse to cause great harm to himself. Of course, he doesn't have the power of the curse. He needs to sacrifice himself to obtain the power of the curse and place a curse on you. He should be using his own cultivation base or something else to make a sacrifice. I was born with the power of the curse, so I don't need to sacrifice myself." Su Yuqing said, "I normally won't use it carelessly. If I use some powerful curses, I'll need to damage my own lifespan. It might even have to do with the consumption of divine deity or bones." "What a strange power!" Chen Xiang exclaimed. "Then what exactly is going on with the bones inside your divine soul? Can you get great power from that?" Su Yuqing shook his head. "My disappearance cannot link divine soul and physical body's bones, and cannot be linked, which means that my strength cannot be shared and the overlapping effect cannot be achieved. When I was cultivating it, I accidentally cultivated my divine soul to that state. Furthermore, my divine soul is equivalent to the avatar I have outside, so I can directly use my 100G, DS level. And later on, I realized that this divine soul can even cultivate bones on its own. I have tried many times, but I am still unable to fuse my physical body and the bones within the divine soul. If I can do it, my current strength should be able to surpass the peak." Su Yuqing had a unique cultivation method that allowed her to step onto a path that was different from the others. Although it allowed her to become strong, it also caused her to become extremely lonely because she was the only one who walked this path, so no matter what difficulties she encountered, she would have to resolve them herself. Chen Xiang was very impressed with this because he had also walked on an unusual path. Su Yuqing saw that Chen Xiang was thinking, so she did not disturb him. She could tell that Chen Xiang was the same as her, searching for a different path. Chen Xiang's divine deity had not even reached 100. But if he was able to defeat the peak divine Lord Fangzitian, then he must have cultivated up to some kind of terrifying strength. After a while, Chen Xiang took a sip of tea and softly asked, "What do you think about this? If I can fuse the bones and the physical body together, my strength will be able to Serpa, S the peak divine lord. C. 2332. C. 2332. Qinxiang put down the teacup and said, I only thought of one idea, but I don't know if that would work. Qinxiang had a lot of experience in cultivation, so right now he already had the second divine sense C. Moreover, he trained in double bone level, so he could think of a lot of things. What way of thinking? Su Yuqing asked anxiously. Her eyes filled with urgency. Have you ever tried to cultivate a divine sense, see inside that unique divine soul of yours? If you manage to cultivate it, you will have two divine sense CS, and both of them will be yours. When the time comes, you just need to fuse them together, and your divine soul will be able to absorb the power of the divine sense, C, for your main body to use. Qinxiang said, I've thought about it, but is that possible? The second divine sense, C. This kind of thing is very mysterious. Su Yuqing said, I've never tried it before, it's just too difficult. It's not difficult. As long as you focus all your attention on your divine soul and focus on it, like you did in the past, you will definitely be able to cultivate a second divine sense C. With your divine soul independent second divine sense C, you can then continue to cultivate your divine deity. Qinxiang said, to cultivate the second divine sense C, this is the only way to break through to the peak divine Lord. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up and asked softly, Did you manage to cultivate up to the second divine sense C? How else do you know so much? My father never told me about the second divine sense C, and he's also been trapped in the peak divine Lord for a long time. Qinxiang did not directly answer her, he only laughed. Cultivating the second divine sense C requires a certain amount of luck. For example, you have a chance. As for how to cultivate to the second divine sense C, I don't know either, but when I have time I will go and study it. After that, Qinxiang and Su Yuqing discussed about the second divine sense C. He asked about how Su Yuqing used divine soul to cultivate his bones, which gave him a lot of inspiration, because he felt that he could try if he succeeded in training Su Yuqing. Qinxiang came to the door and looked at the full moon in the sky. Only now did he remember the reason why he was here. He wanted to cultivate the soul of a ground-suppressing, immortal elephant. Where are you going? Seeing that Qinxiang was about to walk out the door, Su Yuqing anxiously stepped forward and stopped him. I'm going to look for your father. Qinxiang said. He wanted to talk to Su Dezhong and let him cultivate in the place with the densest earth qi. Why are you looking for him in the middle of the night? I'm the one who married you, not him. Since I'm your bride now, shouldn't you do something to her? Su Yuqing said softly, her face slightly red. This. I forgot. Qinxiang turned around and laughed. Humph, since I've agreed to marry you, I will of course give myself to you completely. Su Yuqing said, Let's go take a bath first. Qinxiang laughed, and then he hugged Su Yuqing. At this moment, he also became extremely anxious. Su Yuqing initially did not plan to take this step so quickly, but after she came into contact with Qinxiang, she realized that Qinxiang was much stronger than she had imagined, and hence, she relied on him in a rather difficult manner. Furthermore, she felt that she would give this to Qinxiang sooner or later, so she decided to simply rely on him. In the morning of the second day, Qinxiang looked at Su Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly with his back facing him. Aren't we having a big wedding? Qinxiang asked as he saw Su Yuqing waking up and kissed her on the cheek. No need, I don't like the liveliness. It's fine as long as it's like that. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed red, and she also kissed Qinxiang's cheeks. Didn't you have some matter to attend to? Hurry up and go. Qinxiang anxiously stood up and donned his clothes. He did not think that it would be so easy to subdue the strange lady. He looked at her flawless jade body, and could not believe that Su Yuqing would obey him so easily. Didn't you see enough last night? Su Yuqing pouted as she put on her clothes, then laughed. What? Do you still think I will harm you? I just can't believe it. Qin Xiang laughed. Hurry up and get busy. I'm already yours. Are you afraid that I'll run away? Su Yuqing chuckled. It's too easy to obtain it. Don't you feel a sense of conquest? Of course not. Qin Xiang kissed Su Yuqing's cherry lips and laughed. My beautiful lady, I just think that it's too surreal. A girl like you unexpectedly follow me so easily. Don't you have too little confidence in yourself? Can't you see the advantages of yourself? I only decided to follow you after much deliberation. Otherwise, I would have already run away, and you wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Su Yuqing helped Qin Xiang organize his clothes. What a good wife. Qin Xiang caressed her face and laughed. Oh, right. Are your wives as good as I am to you? Will they bully me? Su Yuqing asked with a worried look on his face. Just don't bully them. They are all very easygoing people. Although they don't have your strength, they are outstanding in other areas. For example, refining pills, they are very powerful. Qin Xiang laughed. They will be coming over soon. When that time comes, I need you to help them get familiar with this place. Su Yuqing nodded, although she had grasped the power of the terrifying curse. But she was still rather gentle and kind, only a little mischievous from time to time. Qin Xiang left Su Yuqing's house and found Su Dazhong. This fellow had been singing that unpleasant song since early morning, if he wasn't leader, with this kind of singing that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. He would have been smashed to death by those smelly shoes long ago. You're still alive? You've pa s, said the examination. When Su Dazhong saw Qin Xiang, he immediately ran over and patted Qin Xiang's body. Miracle, a miracle! You stayed in that D.A.M.N. place of hers for the whole night, and nothing happened. Qin Xiang shrugged his shoulders and said, Father-in-law, you're underestimating me too much. Su Dazhong stared blankly for a moment before wrinkling his nose. He was even more shocked when he smelled the fragrance of his daughter's body from Qin Xiang's body. Good boys, did you get married? Su Dazhong asked with a face full of shock. Qin Xiang laughed, but did not say a word, with an expression that said, You understand. Su Dazhong gave him a thumbs up. Good son-in-law. Father-in-law, I'm already your son-in-law. And as the leader, do you mean that you should give me a present or something? Qin Xiang laughed. I already gave my precious daughter to you. What else do you want? It's good enough that I don't ask you for a present. Su Dazhong said snappily. Su Dazhong dragged Qin Xiang into a secret room and asked, What exactly do you plan to do in the W.A.N.G. Ancient Heavenly Star? We agreed to join hands. You have to tell me, or we will clash. After Qin Xiang came into contact with Su Dazhong, he felt that he was a pretty good person. They were both very interesting, and now that he was his father-in-law, they were naturally worthy of his trust.